Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the One Utah Summit. The show will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The One Utah Summit is about to begin.
In Utah. Promise for tomorrow is our way of living. We enjoy a rich legacy of industry, love of country, support for local business and occupation. Utah is a place where we surround ourselves with the people we love. And we value living peaceably in the most beautiful state in America. Today, we come together as leaders for Utah's tomorrow, crafting solutions and collaborating. We stand ready to meet an era of global industry, vibrant economy, and advancing innovation as we build together. We are one Utah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Utah's first One Utah Summit and the 34th Annual Utah Rural Summit. And now, here's your host, Stephen Lisenby.
Good morning. It's good to be here. 5 minutes ago, I was like, is anybody going to show up? So glad to see all your faces. Who here doesn't like being on stage? Other dudes just signed. Anyway, so great to be here. I just want to take a minute and welcome you all to the summit. The One Utah Summit, this is the very first experience with the One Utah Summit. It's the 34th Utah Rural Summit. And this summit has a rich history of really bringing together individuals who care about rural Utah and identifying opportunities to be able to strengthen rural Utah. We thank you all for being here. And today is a historical day because it's a sold-out experience. In the 31 years prior to us being involved, they had no more than 250 people here, and ticket registrations ended 2 weeks ago with 700 people registering. Thank you so much for caring about rural Utah, and we're glad you're here. And before we say anything else on this stage, we have to thank those who made this possible. None of this would have happened without the great sponsors and their generous donations to be able to help make this happen. These sponsors believe in rural Utah, and we really appreciate them. And on behalf of everybody here in attendance, thank you to our sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. Well, this stage is going to be busy this morning with a focus on some of the most amazing conversations that are important to rural Utah right now. Thanks to all those who put so much effort in to making the stage experience work well. I hope you enjoy their time on stage this morning. This afternoon is going to be full of some just remarkable discussions happening in breakout sessions. There's 12 total. I would encourage you to get to your seats early. I think the rooms are going to fill up pretty quick. But thank you so much. You can see the amount of people that are going to be part of our breakout sessions today. And these are some of the best names that you could ask to be a part of the conversations. The One Utah Summit has taken a new form and brought together new partnerships. It's been my pleasure to work with these presenting partners, their leadership, and their staff. We have had a lot of fun learning together and learning each other's skills and talents and building something new and meaningful. So please, round of applause for the presenting partners that made this possible. Now, As we prepare to begin today, I just encourage you to think about how you can take these topics that are on display today and really think about how you can learn and engage and participate in them so that you can be a part of helping other parts of rural Utah really grow individually and uniquely. Take time to establish new relationships. There are a lot of individuals here that maybe haven't spent as much time in rural Utah. They're our guests. Please engage with them, bring them in as partners, and let them be a part of the journey that we're taking in rural Utah. Today's designed primarily to bring us together, the power of convening, so that we can have the opportunity to discuss those things that are most important to us. So don't ever find yourself in a situation where you're talking with the people you normally talk with. Get out of your circle, get out of your norm, and find something new today. That's what will make today special. With that, thank you for being here, and let's have a great time.
Please enjoy this message from Utah's Governor Spencer Cox as he shares how we can bring Utah together.
Welcome, friends. I had every intention of being there with you this morning, but unfortunately we learned late last week that one of our own, Staff Sergeant Paul Lincoln Olmsted of the Utah National Guard, will be laid to rest today in Spring City. I've known the Olmsteds for many years. Of course, Spring City is close to Fairview, and Lincoln's wife grew up in Fairview, and I've known her family for decades. So this one hit especially personal for me and my family. Of course, this tragedy hurts, and Abby and I are heartbroken for the Olmsted family. I couldn't miss the opportunity to pay my respects in person, so I hope you'll understand why I'm not there right now, but will be later this afternoon. And I want to thank you for understanding my absence. I hope you'll join me, if you would, right now in a moment of silence on behalf of Staff Sergeant Olmsted. Thank you. As Utahns, we come together during good times and bad. And so on behalf of myself and of course the Olmsted family, thank you for joining me in honoring him. That's what makes Utah so special. We really do take care of each other. And we all treasure that sense of community and sense of belonging. And that's really what's at the core of the One Utah vision, making sure Utah is a place where everyone can be happy, safe, healthy, and successful. We wanted to create an administration that represents all Utahns and create a state where everyone has a shot at the Utah dream. In order to truly become One Utah, we needed a plan. So before our inauguration in January, we asked for help, and more than 100 Utah leaders and influencers came together during our transition to brainstorm with us and create a plan. And that One Utah roadmap, a 500-day plan, was officially born. We can't thank those on the transition team enough for helping us hit the ground running. The One Utah roadmap has 6 key priorities: economic advancement, education, innovation, and investment, rural matters, health security, equality and opportunity, and state government efficiency. I'm happy to report that during our first 250 days in office, we have hit many significant milestones. Our first order of business was, of course, confronting the pandemic. We executed an aggressive immunization plan, and we continue to see more Utahns getting immunized. So far, we've administered more than 3.4 million vaccines into the arms of Utahns, which is incredible. But it's not enough, so we're going to keep going. The challenge is protecting our healthcare system and keeping our kids safe and in school. One of our top campaign promises was supporting education. Working with legislators, education received a historic investment during this past legislative session, and Utah led the way in responsibly managing solutions for COVID-19 learning gaps and spending federal funds judiciously. Thousands of students received expanded access to vital classroom technologies. We also gave bonuses to our teachers and school staff who continue to heroically adapt to changing circumstances and serve our students during some very challenging times. It's also important for us to promote equity and opportunity. We want a seat at the table for all Utahns, no matter where you live or what you look like. So far, we've completed a gender pay study, we've launched an internship program for adults returning to the workforce, and we expanded outreach to increase diversity on state boards and commissions. Of course, we wanted our economy to bounce back quickly after the pandemic shook the business community, and I'm very happy to report that we have seen tremendous success in this area. 2.6% unemployment rate, the second lowest in the nation. 5.2% private sector job growth, the highest in the nation. And Utah's annual real GDP grew 82% from the year 2000 to 2020, according to Forbes, which is the highest rate in the nation. Another study by TIA shows that Utah will have the strongest tech growth in the country over the next 10 years. Utah has the second lowest poverty rate in the nation at 8.9%. Our goal in the roadmap is that every person in our state is ready and has the opportunity to benefit from our surging economy. Part of that means cutting red tape. And so, the Utah Department of Commerce has reviewed 80 licenses, 67 chapters of code, 86 rules, all resulting in 16 of them being eliminated or changed. We've also seen great success through the Learn and Work program, where thousands of job seekers have connected with additional training programs and found employment. Since January, we've increased opportunity in our rural areas by moving 104 state jobs to rural Utah, with more to come. We've hit a lot of our goals in the One Utah Roadmap, but our work is far from finished. The One Utah Roadmap version 2.0 is on the way. We've added some really big, ambitious goals, including tackling our water issues in a comprehensive and lasting way, and restructuring education funding so it's more equitably distributed. Stay tuned to see our priorities for the next 250 days and beyond. Now, I'm heading to Cedar City this afternoon, so I hope we have a chance to meet and talk about my tremendous optimism for Utah, its people, and its future. But we can only move forward as a state if we look for the things that unite us and not those things that divide us. While in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago, I was reminded of President Abraham Lincoln's second inaugural address. It reads, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." Now, we live in divisive times, just like Lincoln's America, and we face tremendous challenges. The past 18 months have been among the most challenging our state has ever seen, but we've got work to do. And we are committed to working together as a team, giving credit, bringing all communities along, and ensuring kindness and empathy accompany everything we do. From Logan to St. George, from Forest to Red Rock, we are all one Utah. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Introducing two people who are helping guide the future of energy in Utah, Tom Carter and Gary Hugavine.
Good morning. I don't know how many people stayed last night to watch Pirates of Penzance, but after watching all the tap dancing on stage, I stayed up all night and we're just going to tap dance for you. Hope you're okay with that. Gary, you okay? No, okay. Utah is an all-of-the-above energy state. We seek for affordable, reliable, diverse, and durable energy here in Utah. Now, here's the thing. It's not just a political platitude. It's not something we just talk about. It's something we do. As you know, we've got oil and gas extraction in the Uinta Basin. We refine it in the Salt Lake area. We mine for coal in eastern and southern Utah. We have 4 coal-burning power plants throughout the state. Additionally, we have phenomenal solar and wind generation in the state. We have a unique geothermal assets as well. And we have renewable natural gas as well as hydrogen opportunities in the state of Utah. One of the things, though, that everybody loves talking about is generation. But Gary and I talk often about something that is less sexy, but even more important, and that's infrastructure. And what's holding us back, or really what's the challenge of our future, is transmission. And Gary, at Rocky Mountain Power, what are your thoughts, and how are you approaching this?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to talk to you this morning about, frankly, a very exciting time for Rocky Mountain Power and for our customers in Utah, as well as the other 5 states that we serve through PacifiCorp. So maybe just a little background to orient everybody in kind of this utility industry. The utility industry, by and large, has been powered by fossil fuels for decades, and it's done our customers very well, very low cost electricity that we're able to provide. We as Rocky Mountain Power serve Utah, Wyoming, and Idaho. Our sister utility, part of PacifiCorp, serves West Coast states of Oregon, Washington, and Northern California. So together we serve about 2 million customers at PacifiCorp. About 65% of that is Rocky Mountain Power customers, of which many of you are our customers, which I thank you for your business. That fossil fuel generation was set up and the grid was built to accommodate it. And you typically built coal plants, for example, near coal mines. Makes sense. And then you build the wire from the coal mine to the city. Very generalized, but very true for most part. And then we started evolving, and we built a lot of hydro, of course. Mid-century, a lot of the hydro was built, and so you can build from the rivers and the dams to the cities, your transmission. Then we start building natural gas, and natural gas is now about a quarter of the generation across the industry, across the country, and about 20% for us as well. And again, so you have these places where you build those plants, and they're typically by water and where natural gas is available. Well, now as you can see, we have this very robust and very expensive and marvelous grid system set up, this transmission system. But it's set to go from very set locations to the cities. Well, as we evolve, and clearly this industry continues to evolve, and it will continue to evolve. There have been very prominent suggestions that we need to get to 100% non-carbon by certain dates. They've ranged from everything I've heard is 2030 to 2050 or maybe later. I will tell you 2030 is impossible. We could try absolutely and do everything we possibly can, but 2030 is impossible. 2035 is very unlikely. We have a plan that we just announced a month ago that for PacifiCorp we'll get to 75% reduction, so down 75%. By 2030. We'll get to 100% by 2050. That's pretty common in the industry. Frankly, we're a little bit of, I would say, not toot our own horn, but we're a little bit faster than many. Getting to 75% reduction by 2030 is very tough. And that requires a lot of renewables to be built, a lot of storage, meaning batteries, pump storage, anything else you can think of, and advanced technologies to get to that. But it requires transmission to be built. And it requires new transmission, because obviously we're not going to be able to put all of the new generation at current locations where the transmission has been built. But if it's renewable, if it's solar, those are, in fact, Utah is a wonderful location for solar. Those solar plants go in big open areas. We've got a lot of open areas in Utah. Wind has to go where the wind blows. Solar goes where the sun shines. You need to have those in the right places, and transmission doesn't run to those locations, not yet. So we need to invest many billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars as an industry to build that new transmission. And we are very much interested in doing that. We are the largest private owner of transmission in the entire West. We have over 16,000, nearly 17,000 miles now of transmission line. And we're very interested in building more because we have to. We have the financial resources as part of Berkshire Hathaway, and we're very excited to do that. In fact, we've got a plan to do much of that beginning In 2024, we just completed in 2020 construction of 140 new miles. We've got 450 miles new transmission in the plans by 2024, but frankly, that's just kind of the start. We've got many thousands of miles that needs to be built.
Thanks, Gary. One of the things that one of my friends likes to remind me is that energy is actually useless. It's power that's valuable, and what makes power valuable is this transmission. It doesn't matter if you have solar panels or wind farms or even coal mines if you can't turn that energy into power. And so what keeps me up at night, and Gary and I talk about this a lot, is how we ensure that we get that energy, turn it into power, and then get it into your homes. And so as we work with Rocky Mountain Power and our other energy providers, we're going to be searching out and finding these solutions to ensure that we harden this grid and get the power, especially to our rural communities, because we know that that can be something that holds these communities back from the appropriate growth they need. While I've got Gary here, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about their announcement from a few months ago, where they are working with TerraPower and the federal government to bring nuclear to the West. And Gary, what precipitated that? What are you looking for, and what do you view as kind of the long-term opportunities and effects? And also, let me throw one more question. Why are you doing it where you're doing it?
Okay, thank you. Great. See if I can remember those questions. It is maybe the first answer to your question, why are we doing it, is exactly that scenario I set up for you, where we are decarbonizing our generation from what it was essentially, nearly 100% fossil and then hydro, of course, and then trying to get to 100% decarbonized. In order to do that, you need some new technology. You cannot do it by just building wind and solar and batteries. That won't get you there. If you turn your lights on when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining and the batteries have depleted because they only last a few hours, you're not going to have lights, right? And that's not acceptable. We know that. So in order to accomplish that reliability, you need some advanced technology that doesn't currently exist, and we think advanced nuclear is that technology, or at least a very large contributor to it. So Tom was there when we made this announcement. We made the announcement in Wyoming, because I think maybe this is the answer to your second question, because we are going to site this first, it's called the demonstration project, at a retired coal facility in Wyoming. We have 4 coal plants in Wyoming. All 4 of them are scheduled to be shut down at a certain time. The first one starts in 2025. And this is something that has weighed heavy on me for years. We've known that we need to decarbonize. That means you're going to be shutting down coal plants. That means these coal plants, which are in very small communities throughout America, but for us in Wyoming and Utah, I'll come back to Utah in a second. When you shut those down, you are likely causing a very large disruption, shall we say at least, to that community. And that has been very difficult for us to try to figure out. This is a wonderful solution, because what it does, we invest, again, several $billion building a new plant. You take the current employee base, you're able to retrain much of them, those that probably aren't retiring, you pretty much take all of them and you retrain them to run in this nuclear plant. The reason some of you may be thinking, really, nuclear? They can be a coal plant operator and then a nuclear operator. You're thinking of the old technology of nuclear. The new technology, believe it or not, is simpler. It's easier to run. Without getting too much into the weeds, the nuclear plant is, they call it a small nuclear island that very highly trained technicians are running. That's about 20% of the plant. 80% of the plant is pretty much exactly the same as a coal plant or a natural gas plant. And the reason they're able to do that is because they're using a new technology that keeps the pressure low, and you don't have high pressure pipes like you do in the current nuclear technology. And so high pressure pipes mean high training, high cost. New technology, simpler, lower cost. That's really the takeaway there. And so we're able to retrain these coal plant operators to work in the new nuclear plant. So that's exciting, because now we've saved our employees, we've saved the community, and we saved, the decarbonization plan. We're able to actually accomplish it. It's one plant, so before we get too excited, we need to make sure it works. And that plant will be operational by 2028. It is as Tom mentioned, a partnership between TerraPower and the Department of Energy, and then we will then purchase the plant at commercial operation on behalf of our customers. Our customers are not taking any technology risk. All of that risk is TerraPower's and the government's to figure out, which is why it's a demonstration project. Once it is figured out, and once it's built, and hopefully it works, then we stamp out and we do more of these. I'm going to come back to Utah here, as I mentioned. There are currently 2 operating coal plants in Utah, Hunter and Huntington in Emery County. Both of those facilities are some of our most efficient operating coal plants. They are scheduled to be retired the latest of our plants. So in 2036 for Huntington and 2042 for Hunter. So they have the longest lives of really of any of our assets. But at some point they too shall come down. And this nuclear opportunity would be a terrific place, again, now we're talking 15 years in the future plus, to actually then build nuclear at Hunter and Huntington. So stay tuned for many, many years, but that is the hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, energy is an enabler and makes our modern life possible. We appreciate the opportunity we have to share these thoughts with you. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Here to provide a rural health check, please welcome to the stage Greg Bell and Tracy Gruber.
Welcome, everybody, to this morning's 2021 Rural Health Check. Today, Lieutenant Governor Bell and I are going to take you on a journey evaluating health outcomes in communities as we traveled from the Wasatch Front to the One Utah Summit here in Cedar City. But first, we want to focus on the health security strategic priority area of the One Utah Roadmap and its effort to achieve the vision for all Utahns to be happy, safe, healthy, and successful. In the health security strategic priority area, we're focusing on emerging successfully from the pandemic, ensuring access to health care, paying for good health outcomes rather than health care, and today's focus, social determinants of health. Already at the 250-day mark of the One Utah Roadmap, we have 75% of all Utahns vaccinated from COVID-19 with 1 dose. We have a plan to expand scholarships and loans for individuals who want to enter the healthcare workforce and serve rural communities. We're establishing a plan to provide transparency for the true cost of healthcare and coordinating services to address social determinants of health, the focus of today. So what are social determinants of health? This might be a new concept for some of you. People think health outcomes are about healthcare and the healthcare system, and of course, individual health choices that we all make every day, and they are. But we're here to also tell you that community success across a number of factors, economics, crime and safety, education, stable housing, has a greater impact on health outcomes than access to doctors or even genetics. Healthcare outcomes account for only 20%. Healthcare access accounts for only 20% of healthcare outcomes, and genetics only 20%. Astonishingly, 60% of health is due to those social determinants of health. If you want to improve health outcomes of your communities, your residents, invest in social determinants of health, those social, environmental, and behavioral factors. If you want to save resources and costs associated with poor health, mental health, substance abuse, heart disease, lung disease, invest in social determinants of health and provide access to services to address these conditions in your communities. On our journey to this summit, Lieutenant Governor Bell and I saw social determinants of health at play on our journey. We utilized a tool from the Utah Department of Health called the Health Improvement Index. This is a composite score that looks at all of the determinants of health. And we saw from Salt Lake City to Cedar City these determinants play out. The composite score includes indicators such as poverty, education, family income, family structure. And as these were present, you can see on the Health Improvement Index by the Department of Health exactly what's going on in each of these communities. The Health Improvement Index is a tool that you all can use as well and find it on the Utah Department of Health website. Very high Health Improvement Index scores indicate that the community and the social determinants of health are struggling. In very low communities, those social determinants are at play in a more positive direction. And we see this play out just in Salt Lake City, where in the University Foothill neighborhood, the health improvement score is very low. The employment levels are high, the educational attainment rates are higher, income is higher, and life expectancy is greater than just a few short miles away to the west side neighborhoods of Glendale and Rose Park, where the Health Improvement Index is very high. And life expectancy is 9 years shorter than in the University Foothill neighborhood. Along I-15, through Provo, Nephi, Fillmore, Beaver, and Cedar, the determinants also vary. So what does this mean? Where a person lives, works, and plays influences not only economics, but health. In other words, zip code has a greater impact on health outcomes than genetic code. It's going to advance to another slide where I'm going to talk about some of these health outcomes. And I'm going to quickly move through these slides once they appear up here to look at the various health outcomes that show up across these communities. And when you see these slides, you'll see that each of the bars represent the level of the Health Improvement Index. So if the bar is red, you've got a health improvement score of very high, and lighter colors, green is very low. So with that, we looked at poor health outcomes in these communities, poor to fair general health. The red bars reflect the very high Health Improvement Index score. And you can see that in the communities where it's very high, that people are reporting poor to fair general health. On the next slide, we have an indicator about adults currently smoking. And again, there is a relationship engaging in that activity that does result in poorer health outcomes based on the Health Improvement Index score relative to the 8% statewide. And on the next slide, we look at mental health and what we're seeing of people reporting, adults reporting poor mental health. This is an increasing concern statewide. As I've traveled throughout the state and every community, people are elevating the challenges of mental health, and that shows up also on the Health Improvement Index slide. As we move on to drug overdoses, there's a relationship there. And these slides are all available for you on the conference website if you wanted to look into them a little bit further. And on the next slide, we see that suicide, although it doesn't relate to Health Improvement Index score, is also an ongoing concern throughout our state, with some communities having really high suicide rates. And then this is also a concern with our geographic areas in our rural communities. So with all these health conditions, you need access to health care, and I'm going to quickly talk about that and then turn the time over to Lieutenant Governor Bell. Healthcare access is about both being able to pay for the cost of healthcare through health insurance coverage. That's one component, and you can see that statewide, 9% of Utahns lack health insurance coverage. But in our communities with high Health Improvement Index scores, that rate goes up. So people are having challenges paying for healthcare. And then the second piece of healthcare, access to healthcare, is of course presence of physicians and healthcare providers. And you can see on the health provider shortage area slide where there are areas of our state that are lacking of, in this case, primary care physicians. There are not enough physicians based on either square mileage of a community or also the population. And we see that also play out with the behavioral health care providers. As I mentioned, that's a growing concern for us. And you can see that there's a health provider shortage area slide for behavioral health care providers as well. And that's important because for recovery and healing, we need access to these behavioral health care providers in the communities in which we live. So I've laid out the social determinants of health, how that relates to poor health outcomes and access to health care. And with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Lieutenant Governor Bell.
Thank you, Tracy. I'm delighted to be here today with you. Let's just touch on the overall appearance of what healthcare coverage is throughout the state of Utah. We actually are uniquely fortunate among states not to have lost a rural hospital, either in the last very difficult 2 years or in the last 5, 10, 15 years. You're watching in the South, many hospitals are closing, especially those that are completely Medicaid, Medicare dependent throughout Georgia, Alabama, and other impacted areas. Utah is very fortunate in that we have, both through our chains of hospitals, our corporate hospitals, and also through our independent rural hospitals, the Rural 9 in our very small communities. Some are nonprofit, some are government-based, but be that as it may, they're flourishing, they're doing well, they're providing service where people live, and we're really proud of that. On the slide next to this, you'll see that there are other care centers for Utah, whether these are corporate medical practices, whether they're independent, whether they're related to our rural facilities, extensions of them, or whether they're federally qualified health clinics. We have decent coverage throughout the state of Utah. We have excellent physicians and nurse practitioners, PAs, et cetera, but they are stretched thin in many rural areas. We need to expand access, as Tracy pointed out with her slide, and we see here in the darker colors, the prevalence it's just a difficult problem. We're going to increase the loan funds, but the loan funds we have now have brought many practitioners to cities and towns where they otherwise would not be able to do, helping them pay off their student loans. So many doctors are heavily laden with debt, and with these loan funds, we're able to keep them from going into the very lucrative and sometimes not essential practices such as plastic surgery and dermatology, et cetera, which are very lucrative, but it draws them to the urban areas. The impact of hospitals on the state of Utah and ancillary healthcare is absolutely incredible. I mean, the numbers just jump out at you. 8,200 jobs are locally created in Utah due to rural hospitals, be that Intermountain, Life Point, our rural facilities. It's a very heartening number, $642 million of payroll locally created by Utah rural hospitals. So the economic impact, both direct and indirect, is really something to behold. The current total employment of the 17 counties in which we're located is 247,000 in the subject counties in Utah. Hospitals are considered by the number of employees the top employer in these 17 rural counties, and the second highest employer in terms of payroll income, behind only education. So hospitals make tremendous contributions to our rural economies. The future for hospitals requires that we continue to build access in rural communities. We've seen tremendous linkage between our rural and referral center hospitals in the urban area through the COVID crisis. It's been a seamless, pretty well a seamless transition of COVID patients in rural areas that need more intense care, and also other patients, be it stroke, cancer, renal failure, accident, trauma, whatever, burns, whatever has happened. Unfortunately, over the last 2 weeks, because of COVID prevalence, we've seen our transfer system that's been the model of the nation start to lag. And instead of a 45-minute placement time or a 20-minute placement time, it went to an hour and 15, an hour and 30 minutes, and now it's over 7 hours. And rural hospitals are just not able to claim a place, even though our urban facilities are trying hard to clear beds. And so now we're just trying to clear the deck and bring people into the hospital irrespective of whether there's an ICU bed or not. But it's a very sad and tenuous situation, something that's unsustainable. And that's why we constantly plead with everyone, particularly those in rural Utah, to protect your neighbor and protect yourself, because now we're having a struggle in making sure that you get those services that we want everyone to have. Let me just wind up by saying that healthcare in Utah is a tremendous accomplishment, and as a hospital, as a community faces challenges without a hospital, without healthcare, their existence is in question because people don't like to drive 40, 50, 90, 100, 150 miles just to go to a primary care physician or to go to a psychologist. So the lifeblood of our rural counties, our rural cities and towns is that they have adequate health care. We want to make sure that both in coverage, in access, and in quality, that everyone in the state of Utah has access to affordable, excellent health care and health care quality. Rural Utah is no different in terms of the determinants of health. You saw Tracy's slides, and you see that we need to pay attention to these things as well. We're delighted to have been with you. Thank you very much.
Farmers Feeding Utah has relieved suffering and supported farmers. Here to tell their story is Ron Gibson.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Ron Gibson. I'm a dairy farmer and produce farmer from Ogden, Utah. 6th generation. We've been there for 152 years on the same land, and I'm also the president of the Utah Farm Bureau. 174 years ago, when the Mormon pioneers arrived here in the valley, they had one thing on their mind on the 24th of July, and that was, what are we going to eat this winter? Today, and in 2020, we learned that we, as a society today, have one thing on our mind at our darkest hour, and that's, what are we going to eat for dinner? Never before did I ever believe that I would go into a grocery store and see empty shelves. And in March of 2020, I walked into the Little Kent's Market in Plain City, Utah, and saw nothing on the shelves in the grocery store. At that time, as I walked away from there, I thought to myself, this will be a good day for agriculture, because farmers and ranchers will be needed. They'll be able to, people will awaken to the need of local agriculture and the importance of our local food supply. To my dismay, within a few days, we started to dump milk. We started to throw food away. Packing plants closed. We weren't able to get our crops and our animals to market. Farmers and ranchers found themselves in a serious situation. COVID-19 was tremendously impactful on agriculture and a very difficult year for us in 2020. Due to the stress and trials that came to agricultural producers, I had many opportunities to have media interviews and talk on the radio and on TV and talk and try to share the blight of farmers and ranchers in the state. And as I did, I had a person call me up on the phone, and he said, "Is this Ron Gibson?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, I just heard you on the Rod Arquette show about an hour ago. My name's David Brown, and my wife and I would like to know how we can help farmers and ranchers." And I said, "Well, I don't know what you can do." He said, "Well, we'd like to start a GoFundMe page for agriculture and see if the Farm Bureau could donate or help distribute that money to farmers and ranchers throughout the state." I thought to myself, this person clearly doesn't understand the scope of this problem, but I was deeply touched by the fact that someone actually took the time to look me up and call and see what they could do to help farmers and ranchers. So the very next morning he called me back, and he was serious, and he was ready to set it up, and he looked up our I-990 and was getting ready to set this whole thing up. And I said, "Take a minute, just a minute, relax. We're going to figure out what we need to do." And within 8 days after that, we launched what was called Farmers Feeding Utah, which is now the Miracle of Agriculture Foundation. And within 2 weeks, we had raised $200,000 to buy food from farmers and ranchers in the state of Utah and donate that food to people that were food insecure in our state. It turned into a tremendous program, one that has grown exponentially and one that we have been very excited about. We have given away close to 5 million pounds of food up to date, and we've been able to help farmers and ranchers. At the same time, we've been able to help those that are food insecure. One of the first project that we did was we went to the Navajo Nation, and the governor called us up and he said, "Look, we're having trouble in the Navajo Nation. We need some help." And so the first thing we did is we took some boxed frozen lamb down there, and we had lamb producers in the state that weren't able to sell their animals and have them processed. And so we went there, and as we were passing that out the first day, I noticed that we had these big blocks of 40 pounds of meat, and we were giving them to people that didn't have freezers, and some of them didn't even have electricity. And we figured that we just realized that was not a good situation. And so that earlier in the slide, you see where we took live sheep, and we donated those live sheep. And the coolest part of it all was to see the farmers and the ranchers deliver those sheep, and those old gruff ranchers would walk back to the trailer as they'd unload with tears running down their eyes. They didn't want to take any money for their animals. They didn't want to take any money for the freight to get their animals there. They wanted to be a part of donating. And that's how this service really works, is when we give, we find tremendous blessings in our lives. Today, the Miracle of Agriculture Foundation is growing into something that we can use to help people all over the state. And what we're doing right now is, this drought has been a tremendous problem across the state of Utah. And we're now raising money to be able to donate hay to ranchers in our state that need feed for their animals. This has been a kind of a double whammy, having this drought year follow up from 2020. This picture right here is one of my favorite. The last part of that Navajo project was when we went up to Navajo Mountain, and this little girl was named Anna, and she was the Navajo queen. And 3 weeks earlier, before we had gotten there, her mother had passed away from COVID. And I got the chance to have my picture taken with her as we delivered those sheep up to her village. So a tremendous opportunity for us to be able to be a part of that. Excuse me. A lot of cool stuff came from that. We found out that through this whole process, we have a lack of agricultural infrastructure in this state. We knew that. And as the Wasatch Front develops and a lot of our infrastructure for agriculture closes down as new development takes place, we're not replacing that infrastructure. And that is very bad for agriculture. We have got to help our agricultural producers to succeed so that we can have our locally grown food. So Farm Bureau started Farmers Feeding Utah Incorporated, which is a meat processing facility that we bought in Ogden, Utah. And we're going to deliver online. We're going to deliver food to people all throughout the state that you can order online and buy local Utah products. Sorry, that mask was messing me up. We started that through our Touch of Utah subscription box, and I encourage you to go online and look that up and sign up. Support local farmers and ranchers. You'll see very different kinds of food and different products, agricultural products in that box, and it's a neat opportunity to support farmers and ranchers in the state. And we'll also have the opportunity to have our marketplace there where you'll be able to go on and literally buy food like you're going to the grocery store from local farmers and ranchers. We feel like that's so important that we help our agricultural producers to be able to receive more of that retail dollar that's so important to them. As we wrap up today, I wanted to say that, it's so exciting to have this conference here and to have the name of it One Utah. I know that the Rural Summit's been around for a long time, but One Utah is important, and it's important to me because everybody in Utah needs to have the same opportunities. But it doesn't mean that all of rural Utah and all of Utah needs to be the same. And what I mean by that is the coolest part about rural Utah is the fact that it's rural Utah. And we don't need to change that to help rural Utah to be successful. And we also need to remember that agriculture is the most important part of the rural part of our state. And we need to make sure that we continue to strengthen our agricultural industry throughout the state. The Miracle of Agriculture Foundation is a way to help people that have food insecurities and also farmers and ranchers in the state. And buying food and products from Farmers Feeding Utah is also a way to do that. I want you to know that I love agriculture, and I'm so excited for the future of agriculture in this great state. Thank you very much.
Rural communities have a history and culture that make them unique and special. Please welcome respected leaders who will discuss the importance of building our rural communities.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Laura Hansen. I am the new state planning coordinator in the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. And by the title and the name change to our office, you can probably guess that our office is placing an increased focus on statewide planning coordination. And rural communities are a special place in my heart. I spent basically every weekend on my grandfather's ranch fixing fences and sometimes having fun celebrations on the 24th of July. And so I'm really excited about this topic. We have a wonderful set of panelists here today to talk about how we can help plan for our rural communities, keep those elements that make them special as we welcome growth to our state. So first we have Deidre Henderson, who became Utah's 9th Lieutenant Governor in January of 2021. Prior to being elected to this role, she served for 8 years in the Utah State Senate, representing South Utah County. During her years in the Utah Senate, Lieutenant Governor Henderson gained a reputation as a strong conservative, a champion for government transparency, and a vocal advocate for women and families. And she's a longtime resident of Spanish Fork. Steve Starks is the Chief Executive Officer and member of the Board of Directors of the Larry H. Miller Group of Companies. Prior to this role, Starks was the president of the Utah Jazz and Larry H. Miller Sports and Entertainment. Starks is active in the community. He serves as the governor's Olympic and Paralympic advisor and is the chair of EDC Utah. He is the past chair of the Salt Lake Chamber Board of Directors and also served on the Weber State University Board of Trustees. And he grew up in the rural communities of Huntsville and Eden. Terry Newell was named UDOT Deputy Director in April of 2018 to help guide the department as it moves to address issues relating to Utah's growing population, advances in technology, and the evolution of the transportation industry. Prior to her role as Deputy Director, Terry served as UDOT's Region 3 Director for 5 years, overseeing the transportation networks for 6 different counties in central Utah. Terry serves on the advisory boards for the Engineering and Technology Department at Utah Valley University and Utah Clean Cities. And last but not least, we have Cameron Deal, who became the Executive Director of the Utah League of Cities and Towns in October of 2017. He studied political science at the University of Utah and later graduated from the University of Colorado School of Law. He started his career at ULCT as a legislative intern and returned back to the league in 2010. He's also a longtime football and basketball coach. So if you could all help me welcome our panelists, and then we'll get into a discussion. Lieutenant Governor Henderson, rural Utah communities continue to see growth impacts. This is especially evident in areas that are relatively close to cities. Wasatch County grew by 47.8% last year, and Washington County grew by 30.5%, and this trend doesn't seem to be slowing down. Our rural communities are feeling this impact and doing their best to manage it. How important is it for us to take a One Utah approach to rally behind these communities and help them ensure that they respond to and are prepared for this growth?
Well, it's an important question, and it's an important topic. One of the things that Governor Cox and I campaigned on, one of the things that I know has been very important to him for a long, long time, being from rural Utah, and has been very important to me too as I have been in this role and seen the impacts, is making sure that we're not just focusing on the Wasatch Front. That's the easy thing to do when it comes to policy making in general. When it comes to appropriating funds, is to catch that the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. Rural Utah is incredibly important, and as I've gone throughout the state as Lieutenant Governor, I've traveled all over this state, and I've seen firsthand and heard firsthand the difficulties that come in rural Utah, particularly with growth. And there are common threads, but then there are some incredible challenges. You've got some areas, as you mentioned, that are experiencing incredibly high growth. How do they manage that? How do we make sure that our young people who are growing up can afford to have a home in a rural community and have a job in a rural community? Just over the past 2 weeks, I've spent time in 12 different counties throughout the state of Utah, from Daggett County and Box Elder County to San Juan County, and a bunch of places in between. And what I have seen is this idea that growth is a challenge is it's prevalent. biggest problem, of course, is housing. Another big problem is workforce. If we want economic development in a rural community, they've got to have workers. Where are those workers going to live? The types of economies that there are in rural communities are important as well. We have some rural communities that rely very heavily on tourism, which is, hot and cold. Last week in Daggett County, they were telling me they've got about 1,000 people or so, maybe less, that live in Daggett County. But those numbers can fluctuate so wildly on any given day. They can have as many as 30,000 people visiting their county in any given day. And they have about 3% of their land that they can actually use as a tax base. And so providing the infrastructure, both medical and emergency and law enforcement infrastructure to accommodate all of those needs with that tourism type economy that they seem to be growing is a real challenge, and I've heard that throughout the state. So what I love about the One Utah approach and about the approach that we've been really working hard on in the state lately is this collaborative approach. It's not always going to pencil. Projects in rural Utah are not always going to pencil the way they do along the Wasatch Front, but that's okay because we need to do things, build infrastructure, to lay those plans for the future in our rural communities, even though they might be a little bit more expensive to do, or maybe even a lot more expensive to do. And I think that's the mind shift that we've had over the past few years working with our legislators. We've got incredible legislators who are wonderful voices for their communities, who also then go to the legislators and policymakers on the Wasatch Front who maybe aren't as familiar with these issues and help be ambassadors for that and spread the word and get those other legislators out into the community so that they can see the needs that are there and how they need to be part of that solution, because we're all going to grow together or we're all going to fail together, and this synergy that we have been experiencing, we are much better together, much bigger together than the sum of all of our individual parts. So that's what I think is really important moving forward as we're looking at rural Utah, is working together, building that synergy, understanding the importance, especially now we have some opportunities for generational investments in infrastructure, and those are the types of things that we really need to be focusing on as we move forward in the near future.
Thank you so much. I will tell you that as I've been traveling around and talking to people in the state, I've heard so many people say how much they appreciate this administration being out in the community, talking to each of the local governments and really bringing all of Utah together. So thank you so much. Steve, building off of what the Lieutenant Governor Henderson shared, the One Utah Roadmap sets a vision for strengthening the preservation of rural communities. The foundation of this assumes that there's going to be a need for a real concerted effort to ensure communities have a vision for what they want to be and find partners to help them. Larry H. Miller has been doing this in several ways, but is now beginning to directly build communities. What insights can you share about the importance of creating a vision and building partnerships?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's an important one, and first of all, it's an honor to be here on this beautiful campus in rural Utah. It's a special place down here, and it's that special place that I think all of us want to preserve and build upon in the future, and so it's a really important topic. I think the principle is that if we don't manage growth, growth will manage us. And we always want to be in a proactive situation to plan for the future, but that requires collaboration and engagement, partnership. And just a little bit of background of why this is important. I grew up, as you mentioned, in Huntsville, and it's a beautiful community. It's a sense of place. It's a sense of home for me when I go into that valley. And I was the beneficiary of planning a long time ago. Recently, we had the opportunity to purchase a small lot in the town of Huntsville. And as we looked into the records, that lot was platted in 1890. And the fact that somebody then had some foresight and planned for what the future could look like when it was very much a countryside has benefited generations of Utahns, including now me and my family. The second example would be, I live in South Jordan in Salt Lake County. We live right off of 106 South. What's incredible to me about that is that long ago, streets were planned, and that systematic foresight has allowed us to scale throughout the valley. And the fact that we can live on 106 South on a street block that is fairly perpendicular. It's pretty incredible. The other night there was a football game on and it showed a picture of Boston. And I showed my daughter, I said, see how all those roads in the city turn? Because those were all the routes that the cows took to get to the Boston Commons. There was no planning. And I think for us, we're the beneficiaries of that foresight and that planning that's blessed Utahns and rural communities. When we made the acquisition of Daybreak, we really did that because we saw that growth would come in what was once a rural community in South Jordan and the southwest part of Salt Lake County. And we have seen that community grow based on the foresight, frankly, of Rio Tinto and our partners and friends there. They saw that that whole area could become something really special for the future. And honestly, when we made the acquisition, we were competing against others that were coming in, and they may not have had that sense of stewardship. They were going to want to maximize the velocity of lot sales and try to burn through that. And we just felt like there's an opportunity to do something special here and plan for the future and work with stakeholders in that whole part of the valley to create a vision. And that's hard work, though. And in the 6 months since we've acquired it, it's easier to have developers just want to do their own project. But I think for all of us, whether you be in a rural community or not, building partnerships and engagement with the public, working with the builder community, planning out what your city is going to look like in 10 and 20 and 30 years and what you want it to be is critical. And we have great resources in Utah. Envision Utah is a great resource. UDOT's a great resource. EDC Utah is a great resource. And I would encourage everybody to spend the time on the front end planning, working with partners, engaging the community. Otherwise, it's going to manage you in the future, and you're going to have to react. And we're going to have to react in ways like water, transportation, air quality, and we don't want to be in that position. And every town has an opportunity, every rural community has an opportunity to shape its own future, but that requires a lot of forethought and collaboration.
Thank you so much. I love the story about the Boston Street Network, and we really are very fortunate to have a strong history of planning in our state. And that's a wonderful segue to Terry's question here. Terry, as both Steve and Lieutenant Governor Henderson described, growth is impacting many of our rural communities. What is UDOT's role in helping communities prepare for this growth?
I do feel really lucky to have gotten a great lead in here. I think that what I love about this is usually in our business, people are not that excited about planning. They're more interested when we start building things. And so the planning part of it is always hard to get people engaged. So I really appreciate the enthusiasm. I would say the short answer to what UDOT's role is, we have a long-range plan that we are responsible for in the rural areas. Once we have that plan complete, we then prioritize projects and program the projects for funding based on that plan, and then we build the projects. But let me go just a little bit into the planning part of it. The long-range plan is a 30-year plan, so we are looking a long ways out. UDOT is responsible for developing that plan for the rural areas of the state. The metropolitan planning organizations that we partner with are responsible for the urbanized areas, and then we have overlap in those areas because we have state roads there as well. But we work together, try to develop those rural plans, and the way we do that, it's an ongoing process. At our regions, we're broke into 4 regions at UDOT. Our regions really are at the front line of involvement with the communities, and they're out there constantly listening to communities, working with them, trying to understand the needs. But right now, we are in one of our 4-year cycles of updating this long-range plan. So we will have our central planning going out with our regions, meeting with community leaders. That's going to happen this fall, and I would encourage any community leaders to join in those conversations with us, because what's really important is for us to listen to what you need as communities. If we really want to get to quality of life through transportation, we need the communities to tell us what their needs are. And so we'll be having these listening sessions this fall. Over the winter, we're going to take that information, try to put it together in a plan, and then in the spring come back out to the communities and show them that plan and kind of get concurrence on where we're heading with that. So once we have that plan developed, we then break it into 10-year increments. And what's really important about that first 10 years, those are where the projects that are most needed are. And we take that list, and along with our Transportation Commission, they program projects from that list of the first 10 years of that plan. So we do the long-range planning. We then prioritize and program the projects with our Transportation Commission. And I did run into one of our commissioners this morning, Donna Law, who is at SUU, and she is very excited to talk to you about transportation if you run into her. But the commission programs those projects, and then at our regions, we build those projects. So ultimately, we want to listen to communities, program projects, and then build those projects and do it consistent with what the goals of the communities are, because we really believe at UDOT we can improve the quality of life through transportation, and we're going to do that through good health, strong economy, better mobility, and connected communities.
Thank you so much, Terry. That's great. I love those 4 elements of the Utah transportation vision. I think that's a great guiding principle or set of principles for us. I also really like that UDOT is taking a customized approach to each individual region and area, which I think is a good segue to Cameron's one of his favorite phrases, which is "one size misfits all." And we really do, need to think about how to tailor our approaches to each individual region. Cameron. There's a spectrum of communities encompassed within, quote, rural Utah. Some communities are growing faster than they can handle. Some are eager to attract new jobs and growth, and some really just want to maintain their existing character. How can having good local policies and governance ensure that these communities are sustainable and successful?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for the question. Laura, you mentioned your grandfather, so I need to mention mine. My grandfather was the mayor of Glenns Ferry, Idaho for 24 years, was an elected official in that town for over 30. And to his dying day and to my grandmother's dying day, they remember the day the railroad pulled out, because that was the day that changed the economy and that community forever. It was also the day that they embraced the challenge of what Glenns Ferry was going to look like in the decades to come. Over the next few years, while he was mayor, they ensured that Glenns Ferry had freeway off-ramps. I-84 did not bypass Glenns Ferry. They recruited small businesses to town. Micron processing plant, for example, moved from Boise down to Glenns Ferry. He also invested in workforce housing for the migrant labor and the seasonal workers that would come work on the farms. But the whole goal was to make Glenns Ferry sustainable and embrace what made Glenns Ferry unique. During my time as league director over the last 4 years, and really my time at the league for the last 15, I have met Grandpa Messerly's, frankly, Grandma and Grandpa Messerly's. Grandpa was the elected official, but my grandma would haunt me if I didn't also applaud her work as well. But I have met Grandma and Grandpa Messerly's in communities all over this state. And the people who are invested in the futures of their communities and are looking for partners to execute that vision. So let me give you some examples of some of the challenges that I hear from my members, including as recently as last week at our annual convention. First, I was meeting with a mayor last week who was a part-time mayor, but also the part-time city manager / part-time public works director / part-time everything else in the office, actually from southern Utah County in the Lieutenant Governor's former Senate district. And he said, look, I know growth is coming to our community. Right now we have less than 1,000 people. 10 years from now, we're going to be booming, but I don't have the staff right now in order to plan. We want to plan, we just don't have the bandwidth. So how can we partner with the state and the private sector and others to ensure we have the resources to plan appropriately? I chatted with another mayor who has been very aggressive at seeking state dollars for outdoor recreation opportunities and to rehabilitate her historic downtown. And she said, I know there are financial resources out there, but again, I'm a part-time mayor with a full-time day job and everything else that comes with it. I don't have professional staff. How can I access these resources and partner with the UDOTs and Department of Tourism and all of the other agencies that are doing phenomenal work in rural Utah to make sure we have access to the resources that we need? The Lieutenant Governor mentioned housing. I hear about that from communities ranging from Moab. You mentioned the Daggett County statistics. The Moab numbers are also staggering. 5,000 full-time residents, 4 to 5 million visitors on an annual basis. And so trying to ensure there's a sufficient tax base to provide public safety is a challenge, let alone the infrastructure and the housing for both full-time and seasonal workers. Then you throw market pressures like vacation rentals on top of that, and it becomes a huge challenge in Moab. Well, that housing challenge is different and then the housing challenges in central Utah, but those challenges are just as great, just in a different way. If you don't have the housing, even if you recruit the jobs, there's nowhere for people to live, and the vicious cycle continues. The fourth big challenge is also an opportunity, and that's infrastructure. And the Lieutenant Governor mentioned the influx of federal dollars that are coming and the tremendous opportunity for collaboration. And this is truly a Utah success story with how we've handled federal dollars so far. I'm going to take you back a decade ago, last spring, when the pandemic first hit Utah. Congress passed the CARES Act, and the CARES Act allocated money to every state in the country and to every local government above 500,000 in population. Well, fun fact, there are only 2 Utah counties with a population over 500,000. Every city and town is below that, and the other 27 counties are below that. Shortly after Congress passed that bill, they encouraged states to share up to 45% of those dollars, but they didn't require it. In fact, 9 states, at least 9 states around the country, did not share a dime of CARES Act dollars with local governments. Well, in spring of 2020, the League, our partners at the Association of Counties, and frankly our partners at the state, sat down and started to make a plan for those CARES Act dollars, and ultimately the state of Utah shared the entire 45% with local governments. On top of that, urban cities then shared a portion of their money with communities in rural Utah, particularly those that had been hardest hit because of the lack of tourism for several months during 2020. Fast forward to 2021, Congress passed ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, and every city and town received dollars, as well as the state of Utah. The state, first in the country, created a local match program where they said, we'll put our state money up with local dollars and partner to invest in infrastructure. The state put $50 million into that fund. There were over $1 billion worth of infrastructure requests. But what that says to me is that there is a desire between local government and the state of Utah to partner on infrastructure. In rural Utah alone, they requested more than $340 million. That's more than the operating budget of Salt Lake City. But what that says again is there's a tremendous opportunity to partner, invest in this generational infrastructure to ensure the quality of life of today's and tomorrow's residents.
Thank you so much. Those are all wonderful insights, and we really appreciate having you all share your thoughts with us. So one last question for everyone as we close out, and we'll maybe go in reverse order back. In 30 seconds or less, what's one piece of advice that you would leave with those focused on supporting and building our rural communities?
Find the grandma and grandpa Messerly in each of those communities, and remember the best partnerships are not grass tops down, they're grassroots up. So invest in those communities. Laura used my line of one size misfits all. Recognize every community is unique, so let's work together and build a strong Utah.
Okay, I would say that give us feedback. We're listening, and if you sit around a table with us and we together can find a better solution to some of the transportation needs that you have as communities. So give us feedback.
I would say that you have an enormous opportunity, maybe a generational opportunity for growth right now. The world has changed so much over the last 2 years. Just real briefly, we have a planner on our team that is brilliant. And recently in a meeting, he said that the word urb is Latin for city, suburb is less than city, and Rome was urb, and everything that was less than that was a suburb, right? It couldn't have been as good as Rome. And then you had countryside, which is rural. I bring that up because in the past, there was always this systematic approach to the city. You lived outside the city, you lived in the countryside. The reality of what we're dealing with today is that you can live anywhere and be connected to any city, any suburb, and feel as connected as you would be if you all lived in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Boston, or Salt Lake City. And so you have an opportunity to recruit people, but to manage that growth proactively, I think can really be a benefit to our state. But it's a challenge for you. And you have great partners willing to help, and I think there's been great counsel and advice today. And I would just say that Utah does it right. We tend to do it right anyway. It's why people from those other cities want to flock here. We just want to welcome them in a way that can preserve for the future what's made our state so great today.
Well, one of the quotes that I've been thinking about a lot over the past couple of years during the pandemic and a lot of the challenges that we faced is a Winston Churchill quote. And he said during World War II, he said, what did he say? He said, difficulties mastered, our opportunities won. Difficulties mastered, our opportunities won. And we have had incredible difficulties from pandemics to growth to drought, all sorts of problems that are actually creating an incredible opportunity for us to rethink the way we do things, to rethink what work means, to rethink how we work, to rethink how we commute or not. There are incredible opportunities that are available to us because of these difficulties and these challenges that we've been facing, and now is the time to seize on those and make the most of it.
I love that. That's great. One thing that I have so appreciated about working in Utah over my career is the sense of collaboration. And we, think how much we can accomplish when we work together and we support one another. And I really feel like this administration's approach has really emphasized that and supported that. And I think each of you have brought something unique on how we can collaborate with one another and our rural communities. I feel like rural Utah has a very bright future ahead of us, and thanks to all of you for your great comments. If you'll all thank me or join me in thanking our panelists.
Since 2014, the Governor's Rural Partnership Board has played a critical role in the convening and growth of rural Utah. Today, we would like to recognize them as Rural Champion. Here to recognize those that have served on the Governor's Rural Partnership Board, welcome to the stage their Executive Committee. Please welcome to the stage the most recent board members to Please welcome to the stage the most recent board members to be recognized for their service. The Governor's Rural Partnership Board was composed of 17 members representing various rural sectors and organizations, and was organized to advise the Governor on matters such as rural economic development and planning. They have been advocates of rural needs, programs, policies, and opportunities. Please join us in thanking this board for their service to rural Utah. Enjoy this panel where 3 entrepreneurs tell their stories about growing businesses in rural Utah.
this work? Hey.
Does this work?
You know, it's 3 entrepreneurs and 1 bureaucrat. So we're super excited to be here with you. We're going to talk about rural Utah with you at Rural Economic Summit, not surprising. And I have up here with me, I'm Dan Hemmer. I'm the Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, formerly Economic Development. And have 3 entrepreneurs up here who are also, and I'll let them introduce themselves, but also worth noting, they all volunteer their time to serve on the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity's Board of Directors. So they're intimately involved with business expansion and growth in the state of Utah, in rural and urban Utah. But before we get to them, we're going to see if this works. Oh, yes, it worked. I want to talk to you about some numbers. I'm going to stand up if that's okay. I have a hard time sitting down doing this. So what you're seeing behind me, so we're going to talk about economic opportunity in rural Utah. And what you're seeing behind me are some lines, first off. But second off, what they are is that top line represents wage growth in urban Utah. And I know it's at the top, I'm sorry. The middle line represents wage growth, average wage growth in the United States. And the bottom line represents average wage growth in rural Utah. And the first thing you're going to notice is wages are not as high in rural Utah as they are elsewhere. But this is the point I want to make with this slide. The dotted lines are the percentage change. And what I want to point out is the blue line is rural Utah. And I want to point out in 2015, you'll notice the slope of that line curves up very significantly. And it curves up for a reason that we're going to get to at the end of this slide. But the point I want to make is there are economic opportunities occurring in rural Utah and growth, wage growth, occurring in rural Utah at a higher rate than we've ever seen before. And the future is bright for rural Utah. Next slide. This is job growth in the state of Utah. And I know you can't see the industries. You're just going to have to take my word for it. The square is urban Utah. The blue dot is rural Utah, and the red cross is the United States. The other point I want to make here, and this is job growth over the last 10 years by industry. The point I want to make here is you'll see job growth occurring in rural Utah, except for one area, growing at a faster pace than the United States. And again, so the theme I want to share here is the future is bright for rural Utah. And we have a slide at the end that's the mic drop slide that shows where we think the future is going for rural Utah. But before we do that, we have 3 folks up here that want to tell their story of entrepreneurship in rural Utah and how it applies to rural Utah. So we're going to go to Annette first.
Hi, my name is Annette Meyer. I'm the COO of Superior Drilling Products. In 1993, my husband and I decided that we didn't want to move to Houston, Texas. We lived on the Wasatch Front. And so we decided to start our own business and move to Vernal, Utah. We chose Vernal, Utah because not only was it our very favorite place to recreate, hunt, and fish and be in the outdoors, but also because it was kind of the hub of the oil industry, which is the business that we're in. So we started our business there in 1993. We're still there. In 2014, we took our business public. And in order for us to grow, we couldn't stay in rural Utah, obviously, because the oil and gas industry is so up and down. But we're all through North America, we're all through Canada, and we're all through the Middle East. And all of our products and services, not only in rural Utah, Vernal, Utah, but they're sold outside worldwide, but then we bring them back into Vernal, Utah to be serviced. So we've been able to retain and recruit a lot of great individuals that aren't only from the basin, but people that wanted to move to the basin to be able to get out and live where they want to live and be able to work where they want to work. So it's been a great success story for us. We're very honored to be able to be where we're at, and we love to be in rural Utah and be able to grow our business there.
Thank you, Nat. Brad.
My name is Brad Bonham. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Walker Edison. In fact, last week you mentioned hunting. I was actually hunting on the Paunsaugunt, which is just north of Kanab, if you guys are familiar with that area. And I met the son of our guide who lives in Orderville. He's 14 years old, using the internet to find people that are offloading their horses that buck them off, okay? This is his business strategy. So you can buy a horse for cheaper, apparently, when the horse bucks you off, versus one that doesn't. And so he's educating me about this over dinner. 14 years old, he buys them for $1,000 to $2,000, and then he trains them. He spends the next 2 months training and sells them for $10,000, and he does this all through social media. This is a 14-year-old who's traded like 10 horses this year. I'm like, man, can I have a loan? You know, you're incredible. It actually reminded me, though, of the starting of Walker Edison. I was a college student and came across a piece of knockdown furniture, the kind of furniture that you're probably all, familiar with. You have to put it together, but I can ship it over the internet. And so I drove it to a company called Overstock.com in Salt Lake City. I remember meeting with my school counselor, and I was getting a finance degree at the University of Utah, and I said, hey, school counselor, how much money should I be making when I get this finance degree done? And I think she said something like 60 to 80,000. And I'm like, I just did 1.5 million in side hustle dropship sales of furniture on the internet, so maybe I could just be a furniture salesman. And that's kind of the start of Walker Edison. What we have subsequently learned, though, COVID really opened our eyes to the possibilities of expanding outside of the Wasatch Front. We had a large number of people. We went from working every single day in the office for 13 and a half years to everyone going remote in a 72-hour period. And it was a big kind of shock to our system. And pretty soon I actually had employees that were moving out of the Wasatch Front. They're like, air quality, traffic, I want to move to Tabiona, I want to move to Kanab, I want to move to Vernal. And so we have this diverse workforce that is now able to leverage the power of the internet, broadband as it gets put in more and more places across rural Utah. And many of our employees now live outside of the Wasatch Front. It's opened our eyes to the abilities to attract and acquire amazing talent and to have them work for a company based in Salt Lake City, but have these guys, all over the state. And it's been really beneficial that way. Our number one client, our first client, was Overstock.com. Subsequently, we've been able to leverage, again, the power of the internet. We're one of the largest sellers of home furnishings through e-commerce marketplaces. So when you buy on Overstock, you buy on Wayfair, you buy on Amazon, you buy on Walmart.com. That's primarily what we do. It all started in Salt Lake City with a college student, and we've subsequently exported our products from there.
And before we go to Steve, Brad, I think we wanted to point out too, you don't need to be on the Wasatch Front to do what you did.
No, you definitely don't need to be on the Wasatch Front. In fact, there's a number of companies. I know there's a company called Petal Lane in my space in Richfield, Dogberry Designs. All of them are based in rural Utah, Richfield and other places. They're in my space, wonderful companies. I think they're some of the largest employers in their cities, and they have leveraged this e-commerce marketplace power that exists. You can be anywhere in the state, anywhere in the world for that matter. You can sell to anybody in the world or around the country.
Okay, going to Steve.
All right, so welcome. I just wish I could dance like the Pirate of Penzance on this stage, for those of you that were here last night, but thrilled to be with you. Just a little bit of background. So my heart is in rural Utah. When 62 years ago, my grandfather bought a ranch on the east side of Zion National Park, and it's called Zion Ponderosa. So if any of you have been to Zion Ponderosa, that's been in the family now, I guess since 1962, so it's been 59 years. And as a kid, we would always drive down here. We'd come through Cedar. We'd always drive a different way. I've driven 89 so many different ways, over 20, down through Nephi, going through 14, up Highway 9. And so it's always been in my heart. And when I was in medical school at the University of Utah, I just had this kind of epiphany that I needed to figure out a way to share this amazing kind of part of Utah with the world, and so that's when we started Zion Ponderosa. My medical school buddies always joked that every time they'd come out of class, I was on the payphone, and that's when we were building Zion Ponderosa. I learned customer service in rural Utah because I knew that people from all over the world were coming here, and I had to learn customer service. So I went on, got my medical degree, and then I ultimately did a surgical residency down in Tucson. At that time, I started thinking about healthcare. And I was kind of mixing different pieces of my life. I'd worked for my brother's airline, David. Some of you know David's done a few airlines. I'd worked for him. We had this resort going concern on the east side of Zion. In fact, my sister still lives in Orderville. I have 10 great grand nieces and nephews who live in Orderville, Utah, and I love them, and we love that community. But we decided we needed to bring really good customer service to healthcare, because healthcare has always had a problem. And it's that doctors think that they can make you wait because they can, because when you're sick, you will wait to see a doctor. And so I kind of was thinking about all of that. I was thinking about the fact that healthcare is broken a bit when it comes to how people get paid. And so I started a company. It was above a garage when I was finishing my residency. It's a company called Health Equity. Any of you have a Health Equity card, purple card? Wonderful, thank you. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to take care of you. We have some wonderful Health Equity people. In fact, we have a booth here between 2 and 5. Stop by the Health Equity booth if you have any ideas. And so when we were thinking about how do you scale customer service, and for those of you that have a health savings account or an FSA or a dependent care account, all of these different acronyms, we knew it was going to be complicated. And I said to our team when we first got our first customer, I said, you know what? We're going to answer the phone 24/7, because when people call us, we need to be there. And I don't care if they call us at 2 a.m. or 2 in the afternoon, we need to give them just as good of an answer, because the people that call us at 2 in the morning may need us more than the ones that call us at 2 in the afternoon. And they said, well, how do you scale that? How can you possibly scale 24/7 customer service? And I said, well, they do it in the airline industry. I know that when you call your doctor's office, they send you to the ER. But in the airline industry, they answer the phone 24/7, and we're going to do it. And so we started the company in Arizona, moved it to Utah, because we needed a great workforce that included fantastic professionals and technologists and everything we have here in Utah. And then we were off to the races and growing the company, and then we had a problem. And that is we ran out of good people on the Wasatch Front. At the same time, we worked actually with Go Utah back then. It was Val Hell, Dan's predecessor, and we said, what if we went outside of the Wasatch Front? And we found out that in Price, Utah, where the unemployment rate, this was about 4 years ago, was around 13%, because they had closed down a lot of the mining industries. There were some fantastic, wonderful people that were willing to be, and we went down and we set up a little center and training center, and we started scaling. And you know what we found out about the people in Price? There was a higher retention rate and higher productivity rate in many cases than the ones we were hiring on the Wasatch Front. No offense to, we have a lot of great people on the Wasatch Front, but we found those folks in Price, Utah. And then we said, we're going to Richfield. And you know, I'd driven all these roads and I knew Richfield and I know the Ideal Creamery. Anyone ever go to the Ideal Creamery? Great shakes there. And I said, we're going to Richfield. And now we're coming to Cedar City, and we had meetings here, and we're thinking about going to Vernal. And so stop by the Health Equity booth, and if you want to hear, and Corey's going to be here, and Colin, they'll be at the booth. If you want to hear how to scale a business in rural Utah, they'll tell you about what we're doing. We call it our Purple Pastures program, because we want to be out with the folks. And then just kind of in closing, I'll tell you that when we first showed up in Price, you know, I knew Price only because my best friend when I was growing up moved to Price so his dad could work in the mines. And I think a lot of people have always associated Carbon County and these other mineral-rich counties by thinking that the best resources in those counties are what's in the hills, what's in the mines. And what we found is it's actually the best resources are in the homes. And so if you want to scale a business, don't forget about rural Utah, because these people are wonderful people. They'll work hard, they'll stick with you, and they'll give you good, honest feedback that'll help you grow your business.
Thanks, Steve. So I got a couple questions for y'all, and then we'll wrap up here. So Annette, what's going on with your business right now? You mentioned you're hiring more people, and where are you hiring them? And the point I'm trying to make is that growth's coming in your rural Utah, if you don't know, so I'm gonna spoil the ending right here. But where are you hiring those people? How many people? Talk about your expansion plans. And I'm gonna ask, you hit this really hard, but I'm gonna go back to you, Brad, and hit this with you too. Like where are you hiring people right now, okay?
So I agree. The best resources aren't in the hills. They're in the people. They're in the houses, because rural Utah has some fantastic people. So we've stuck with rural Utah. We've stuck with locals as best as we can stick with them. Our business is a little bit different. Oil and gas is up and down and up and down. There's a lot of people that don't want to be in the oil and gas industry anymore because they can't take the downs, because the downs are pretty tough, don't get me wrong. But we have hired a ton of local people, and we've been able to retain a ton of local people. But we've also moved outside, where we're hiring out right now out of Texas. We're hiring out of South Dakota. We're hiring in the other rich oil-filled towns that they want to get out of their town and move to a rural Utah and be where they want to live and still do what they love to do. There's the oil field, it's a passion. It gets in your heart, and there's a passion for it, but it's not for everybody. But we're growing. We've hired 10 people so far, and we're still looking for more people. And we plan to continue to grow, but like I say, keep our goods and services in rural Utah and be able to service ourselves in rural Utah and stay where we're at, stay headquartered in Vernal.
And 10 jobs in Vernal have a higher job per job. Not all jobs are created equal across the state. And 10 jobs in rural Utah, Steve always talks about this, are worth more to that community and for the economic impact to that community than 10 jobs in Orem, Utah, where I live. And then you hinted at this, Brad, but can you talk about this a little bit more? You're hiring people not on the Wasatch Front. Where are you hiring people?
Well, first of all, one of the biggest challenges we face right now is competing for talent along the Wasatch Front. I mean, I think there's actually an unhealthy unemployment rate. It's like less than 2%. And so the vast majority of people that we hire, we're probably pulling from some other company. It's not that they're unemployed, it's that we're poaching them. And I apologize to anyone that we may have poached an employee from. But so now, we're saying, okay, instead of finding the best person that can drive to our office, let's just find the best person. If you've paid attention to wage growth over just the last year, I mean, Amazon.com, I think they said their starting wage is $18 an hour now. And so, we're saying, okay, where can we find the absolute most talented people? Cost of living is going to be more expensive in a Sandy, Utah or a Draper, Utah than it is in some parts of rural. And quality of life, quite frankly, is awesome in Kanab, and it's awesome in Juab County. And it's like there's some really great, you're not going to have to deal with smog. You're not going to have to deal with traffic. There's a lot of things that people love about living in rural Utah. And so my goal as CEO with our business is let's get the absolute best employees on the bus, and let's meet them where they are. Like employees that love their jobs do a better job. And so can we support them in the choices that they've made to live outside the Wasatch Front? The answer is yes, you can.
And you're finding people outside the Wasatch Front. You're hiring them outside the Wasatch Front. You're letting them stay outside the Wasatch Front.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And where we wanted to go here at the end, so you heard you can grow a business in rural Utah, it can succeed in rural Utah, and you can thrive in rural Utah. You heard you can grow a business. It could have grown in your rural Utah. He just happened to live in the wrong place. Sorry. But you can grow a business anywhere today through entrepreneurship. And I want to make another point, through exports. And by exports, I don't mean international. I mean selling outside of your region, tradable goods and services. But you can do that anywhere in the state. And you right now are hiring, and perhaps not to the level when I get to Steve, but you're growing in rural Utah. You're expanding in rural Utah through hiring in rural Utah. And Steve's going a little bit even deeper, where his entire expansion strategy right now is rural Utah. And so where I want to go with this is, when we look at what we do at the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, we all get beat up because we're bringing all these businesses to Utah. And by the way, they have decided to come here before they ever talk to us. But this chart, now I have to give a disclaimer on the chart. You can't see the numbers anyway, they're too small, so maybe it doesn't matter. But the chart numbers are actually a little bit incorrect. We found out there is one deal sitting in, the blue line is rural Utah, okay? These are where we work with businesses to bring them here. The chart on the left represents jobs. The chart on the right represents investment, dollars invested. And the blue line is rural Utah. The orange line bar is urban Utah. This is a leading indicator for future growth, okay? And I have to give a disclaimer. The numbers are a little bit wrong. Directionally, it's still accurate. There's a deal sitting in the blue that should have been in the orange. But regardless, directionally, this is still accurate, and you can't read the numbers anyway, so who cares? But the point I want to make is going back to, and if I overlay that chart at the beginning, you see that blue line down at the bottom again. It has a 17% next to it. That's growth, wage growth in rural Utah. We believe what we do in the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity is a leading indicator of where we will see future growth. And historically, this has proven out to be accurate. Most of what we've done has been on the Wasatch Front. And you've seen a lot of growth on the Wasatch Front as a follower, as a lag to what we do here. Right now, what activity we're seeing is not on the Wasatch Front. The opportunity in Utah, there's still opportunity on the Wasatch Front, don't get me wrong, for anyone here. Like, I'm not raining on the Wasatch Front. But where we see the biggest opportunity in what we do is not on the Wasatch Front. These graphs prove it out. It's in rural Utah. So where you're going to see that bottom graph, the wage growth in rural Utah, and if I put up the other graph that showed job growth, we think that the future is very bright for rural Utah. We think the future of Utah is rural Utah, and what we're seeing as a leading indicator for future opportunity and future growth is in rural Utah. So we're very excited about rural Utah right now. We see companies from all over the country looking at opportunities in rural Utah, large investments in rural Utah, and I guess I don't have anything else to end on. We're very excited about the future for rural Utah, and we appreciate those of you here who work in rural Utah, who are focused on rural Utah, and appreciate the legislators from rural Utah who have been beating a drum. I think Darren Owens is here somewhere. All I ever hear him talk about is rural Utah. It's working. It's working. We've passed some legislation recently to do more incentives for rural Utah, and we're changing our incentive structure in the state of Utah. So it's harder to get an incentive in Wasatch Front, but it's easier to get an incentive in rural Utah. And we think it's working. And Stephen, do you have something to say?
One point, you're talking about this Red TIF program, which thank you for the legislators that did it because it does inspire companies to go there. But I also want to not discount the need for local municipalities to step up and kind of do the old Field of Dreams, and if you build it, they will come. Had they not taken this school in Price, an old school, and remodeled it so that it could be this kind of innovation and training center, we couldn't have gone to Price. We needed a place to go. And so that's where our offices is. And I don't know anyone from Carbon County or Price that actually led that effort. Thank you, whoever did that, economic development people in Price, because we needed a building to go. And so don't forget about making the investment. And we're here in Cedar at another school across the street here by Southwest Tech looking at some other space. So we need the local folks to step up. It's not just some person in Salt Lake City who can do some special ed TIF program that will make this happen. It needs to be a kind of a local match of effort and resources. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. And at 4:15, we have a competition, actually. I need you all to come to the presentation at 4:15. I win a shake if I get more people at this presentation. At 4:15, there's a presentation. We'll be talking about that very thing. It's another panel talking about, we'll have Teresa Foxley there from EDC Utah, and one of the things we'll be talking about is that local planning component, which is such a big deal, and such a big deal for rural Utah that you need to, in some cases, build it before they'll come and have the dream and the vision and the willingness to put that to work. But we're going to end here unless anyone else has anything to say. But thank you for coming. Thank you for participating in this conference. Thank you for caring about rural Utah. And I guess the one takeaway is we're excited about rural Utah. Thank you.
On August 26th, 14 scholars from across Utah were awarded the Governor's Energy Workforce Scholarship, given annually by the Utah Office of Energy Development in partnership with Chevron to Utah students pursuing STEM at a Utah institution of higher education. These scholarships were awarded at a lunch hosted by Lieutenant Governor Henderson. Please turn your attention to the screens for a short video presentation.
Our energy future is bright in Utah, and preparing for our workforce needs is a top priority of the Cox-Henderson administration. Innovation in energy development will continue to shape our state's future and an educated workforce is of the utmost importance in supporting these efforts. This is why we as a state place such a high priority on STEM education. And this year, in partnership with Chevron, we are proud to provide 13 amazing students with scholarships to support their education goals.
My name is Abigail Carlson. I graduated from Cedar Valley High School in Eagle Mountain, and I'm going to BYU to pursue a chemical engineering degree.
My name is Marcus Ikigami. I'm from Rose Park in Salt Lake City, Utah. I graduated from West High School in 2019, and this fall, starting on September, I will be attending University of Utah's coding boot camp, learning front-end and back-end development.
Thanks for being here, and really, I want to congratulate you. Really impressed with your achievement, really impressed with the fact that you want to go into STEM fields. This is so important to our future, to the future of our state. We really appreciate the industry partnership that we have with Chevron. Since 2017, they've awarded over $135,000 in scholarship funding to Utah STEM students at our colleges and trade and tech schools and universities throughout the state through this Energy Workforce Scholarship. And as I've gone around the state as Lieutenant Governor this year, one of the things that I'm hearing the most from our friends in the private sector especially, they're having a hard time finding the people with the right skills to fill the jobs that they have open. And so a lot of jobs are going left open, and this presents a really huge opportunity for people like you.
Hi, my name is Kay Jott. I'm born and raised in the Bryce Canyon area. Graduated from Bryce Valley High School in May, and I'm going to be attending Southern Utah University to pursue a degree in construction management. The reason I want to do that is so hopefully I can make my way back to the rural area.
So I'll tell you from our perspective, Chevron's view is that the future of energy is lower carbon. We know it's going to take everybody to be able to get to that future. It's going to take engineers, it's going to take scientists, it's going to take policymakers, it's going to take craftspeople like welders and pipe fitters, and probably even professions that don't exist today for us to be able to get there. You in this room, the folks in this room today, you are the future innovators and the future problem solvers that are really going to help us overcome probably the biggest challenges that we have ahead of us in the energy transition. So I'm really excited for all of you. I'm excited to see what your ideas are. I'm excited to see what you'll be able to accomplish. I'm proud to have the opportunity to help you on that journey. So with that, I would say congratulations on your scholarships, and I wish you all success in your upcoming year at school.
Thank you for the scholarship that will help me graduate without debt and focus on school.
I feel so honored. Thank you very much.
Receiving this scholarship will help me get that next step towards my goals. So thank you.
We appreciate the partnership we have with Chevron and thank them for their support in this program. Together, we hope to continue providing students with a path to help them in becoming the next generation of Utah's dynamic workforce.
Investing into rural Utah is a priority, especially when it comes to education. Today, we would like to recognize a rural champion who has been committed to this effort. Please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, Tom Carter, and Commissioner David Wolstenhume as they award the presentation of our Rural Champion Award for Education. We are excited to announce Brian Stock, General Manager for the Chevron Salt Lake Refinery, as this year's award winner. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 30-minute intermission. Please enjoy some refreshments from some of Utah's very own producers. We will begin at 10:30. Welcome back to the One Utah Summit. The show will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The One Utah Summit is about to begin.
In Utah. Promise for Tomorrow is our way of living. We enjoy a rich legacy of industry, of country. Support for local business and occupation. Utah is a place where we surround ourselves with the people we love. And we value living peaceably in the most beautiful state in America. Today, we come together as leaders for Utah's tomorrow, crafting solutions and collaborating. We stand ready to meet an era of global industry, vibrant economy, and advancing innovation as we build together. We are one Utah.
The One Utah Summit holds a special award each year where we proudly recognize a leader who has contributed a career of service, making a significant impact to rural Utah. To present the award, please welcome First Lady Abby Cox and Stephen Lisenby. This year's Rural Legacy Leader Award goes to Elder Jeffrey R. Holland. Born in 1940 in Washington County, Elder Holland learned the value of hard work at an early age, working as a newspaper carrier, a grocery bagger, and a service station attendant in St. George. He graduated from Dixie High School, where he helped the Flyers capture state high school championships in both football and basketball. He started his secondary education at Dixie State, even serving as the co-captain of the basketball team. While education and career pursuits took him away from his beloved Southern Utah, he has credited growing up in Southern Utah with helping develop his character and faith. Elder Holland's life and teachings have touched the hearts of all who come in contact with him. As a child, youth, and young man raised in Southern Utah, he knows what it means to be from rural Utah and how those values lead to a life of success. For this and many other reasons, it is our pleasure to award Elder Jeffrey R. Holland as the 2021 Rural Legacy Leader. Please welcome Elder Holland and his wife Patricia to the stage. Now, please join First Lady Abby Cox for a couch conversation with Elder Holland about how his rural roots shaped his life.
We are so excited to have Elder and Sister Holland here today. We share rural roots. We share the love of rural Utah, and we share the love of leadership and those leadership principles. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. And this is absolutely my honor to be here with you, Elder and Sister Holland, today.
Thank you, Sister Cox. Thank you. It's our privilege. We're honored. We're surprised. We're stunned. We didn't think anybody knew we were alive, and here you are honoring us. Thank you, and thank you for that wonderful, warm reception.
We know you're alive. and we feel your leadership in the state, so we really appreciate it. Let's talk about this growing up in rural Utah. Talk to us about your parents and your family and how they ended up here.
How much time have you got? My mother is she's of pioneer stock. My great-great-grandfather was the settling citizen of St. George. Robert Gardner led the little camp that settled in St. George. So she goes way back. Her roots are permanent here. My dad was a CCC boy. Does anybody out there know what the CCCs were? Some of you, I see a few hands. My dad was a CCC boy who came during the Depression and was the quartermaster for the parks. He served Zion, Canyon, and Bryce, and they were stationed in Leeds, had a little camp in Leeds, if any of you remember that. And he went to pay the telephone bill in St. George. As the quartermaster, he was the bill payer, and my mother was the telephone operator, and there it was, love at first sight, right over the telephone wires. So he just stayed. He stayed, and Southern Utah became his home and was permanently my mother's home. Pat's ties are all in Southern Utah, and she was born in Cedar City. I want that known to the Cedar City people. Sometimes at least at the high school and college level, athletically, there was a little tension between St. George and Cedar, so I want every advantage I can get being in Cedar. It wasn't always a friendly experience here. And so Pat was a Southern Utah girl through and through, still is.
Well, we understand rivalries in rural Utah. We have our North Sanpete Manti rivalry.
You do.
And we just for the record, North Sanpete beat Manti at homecoming last week. So we'll just put that out there. So we understand that it runs deep. But tell us more about your courtship. You met here as high school sweethearts as well.
You tell the courtship story, honey.
I was, I think, 9 years old, and he might have been 10. He was the poster child for polio and had a big picture, and came to my father's store, and this picture hung in the store. And I thought it was the cutest little boy I'd ever seen. But then we didn't start dating until I was 16 or 17, and he was 18. And so we're high school sweethearts.
Again, we have a similar story. Yeah. Spencer and I were in high school and dated. Well, we were high school sweethearts as well, which is really fun to grow up together.
Yeah. It was a convoluted courtship. We started in high school and then into college, and I went on a mission and just got home 1 month, and she left for New York to study music, and it took us 6 years to get together, mostly by telephone and letters, but we made it after all of that.
Letters were wonderful, and that's when I truly fell in love with him. He wrote such beautiful letters. Wonderful.
It is a good way to get to know somebody better. Spencer and I did it for 2 years as well while he was in Mexico. So let's talk about your parents. Obviously, were really influential in your life. Is there, when we talk about successful people, we can usually point to that one caring adult that really took an interest, or is there somebody in your life that really made a difference for you?
Well, it would have to be my parents and Pat's parents. Both of our fathers were hard workers. Both of them, I think, pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. Pat's dad had a junior college education, came to Dixie, but my dad had only a high school education. One of the ironies, and I say that really as a compliment to this audience and to this state and to America, that in one generation, my dad, who had a 7th grade education, could have a son who presided over a university of 30,000 students or so. I think only in America, and maybe only in Utah could that happen.
The Utah way.
Yeah. So they were hard workers. They grew up working hard. That's what they knew. And I'd have to say that our fathers and for me personally, because I came very close to Pat's dad as we were dating and then married, that they set a magnificent example for us to just by the sweat of your brow you can do a lot that people probably had not anticipated, that they had not anticipated, but they did, and told us we could do it, and we did.
Amazing. And speaking of that, those values that you instilled, what are some other values that you feel like you learned uniquely from rural Utah?
Well, when that's an interesting question, Sister Cox. When Robert Frost was invited by Jack Kennedy to read poetry, do you remember? Any of you remember that one? He was inaugurated. He read a poem called "The Gift Outright," was the title of the poem that Frost read, and it was about the land. It was about sort of, in that case, rural New England for him, but it'd be rural Utah for us. And he said that before we were the land was ours. And I can't talk about my childhood. I can't talk about our youthful experiences without thinking of it in the context of these colors and this country, and whether it's Cedar Breaks or Kolob or Zion Canyon or Snow Canyon or whatever, we have a luxury here that the rest of the world would envy. We take it for granted, I guess. Probably grew up taking it for granted, but now that we've been away, wherever we've gone around the world and back, and don't live in southern Utah anymore, it's still the pull of the land, the colors. I have those paintings in my office and in our home. We have a lot of reds and blues and pinks, and in the middle of it, Pine Valley Mountain. So it's impossible for me to not feel a link, something like I think Frost must have been getting at with his poem, that whatever our identity is, it's inseparable, I think, with almost the geology and terrain that we have enjoyed in this land. In fact, may I read a quote?
Absolutely.
Just because it's something that I've used. Thank you. This is Parley P. Pratt. Lest we seem too proud in Washington County, this is Parley P. Pratt's view from somewhere between the Black Ridge and Tokerville. So they were coming down the ridge, and this is what he said he saw. The country southward opened to our view, as it were, a wide expanse of chaotic matter, huge hills, sandy deserts, cheerless, grassless, waterless plains, perpendicular rocks, loose barren clay, dissolving beds of sandstone and various other elements, lying in inconceivable confusion. In short, a country in ruins, dissolved by the pelting of the storm of ages, and it was turned inside out, upside down, by terrible convulsions of a former age. Well, welcome to St. George, but the ruggedness of the country, as rugged as it was, is still part of the beauty.
And I think the ruggedness of the people matched.
Yeah, I think so.
That.
Yeah, I agree. Can I tell a joke? Will I be run out if I say that?
I think this group will go for it.
Just make sure that my security guy is somewhere near the front here, because we used to have a sign. We used to say that there was a sign that right at the Iron County line that said, "This way to St. George," and those that could read went on, and those who couldn't stayed. Please,
we tell the same joke.
Hold your applause.
We tell the same joke from Sanpete to Emery County. So sorry, Mike Maurer.
As long as it's shared. As long as it's shared somewhere else.
I think the people in rural Utah are unique because they have had to be tough. and rugged, and those are values, those values of hard work. Let's shift a little bit to leadership. Obviously, you've been a leader for probably your entire life. What from your experiences here in rural Utah and in southern Utah prepared you for leadership?
Well, I think you've hinted at that in your earlier comments, that it was almost the ruggedness of the country. If it wasn't literal, if we didn't actually go out and, grub weeds and sagebrush, nevertheless, there was something symbolic, I think, about the ruggedness of the land, and that would apply to so many of the counties that we're talking about, really all over the state. I think the message was, here are the raw ingredients. Here's matter unorganized, and you're supposed to do something with it. And I think that was, again, maybe it was more symbolic than literal, but it was to make something out of nothing, and that meant hard work. That meant no free passes. Whatever you got, you earned, and whether that was how you studied and going to school, or the honest day's work you gave for an honest day's pay at the local store where you were working, whatever, those seem to me to be leadership qualities that mattered later on. Certainly, I have to say that we did enjoy in those pioneer days, and do still, a religious climate in this state that I think is precious and special. You'd expect me to say that, but it's true. So we grew up with those values, and that meant, I think, how you treated people, honesty, integrity, the Christian virtues, the moral virtues that we did enjoy and do enjoy in this state. I shouldn't say past tense, it's present tense, and these people out here represent all of that. So at its heart, leadership is how you treat people. That is the essence of any leadership position, whether it's political or economic or civic or educational or religious, whatever. It comes down to the courtesy and kindness and thoughtfulness that you use in working with the people assigned to you, or whatever group you're leading. And that was just in the air. That was we grew up with that. We watched it in wards and stakes and bishoprics and deacons' quorums and young women's classes, and that gets to be a little religious, but that's our experience. So that's what made us in great measure what we are.
So many people look up to you, and so many people to the both of you and your families. And I've learned a lot over the years about mentorship and how important that is. If you were to give us some advice here today, what did you wish you had known before you started your career?
Again, great question. I guess almost more than what I wish I had known. This is a kind of a mentoring response. I guess what I wish I had more than known would have been what I would have been able to do. I wish people might have trusted me, even as a young person, even as a teenager, say, or on into early college years, that my leaders, my bosses, whether that was the people I worked for or a leader in the church or an educational institution, that they might have let me do more. I think the hands-on experience, we underestimate a young person's ability, and we overestimate their experience. And so what we need to do as leaders is let them benefit from our experience, but let them exercise their ability and their instincts. And I think if anything, if I had it all to do over again, I'd have been more conscious of that as a leader in my own life. I'd have let people make a few more mistakes, because people certainly were willing to let me make mistakes, and I'd give the young person coming up, young men, young women on their own trail coming up to leadership. I think I'd have tried to allow them to do more. I wish I had done that, and I kind of wish people had let me do that. It's just a kind of a leadership tip.
I love that. That's amazing for those of us who work and mentor young people, work with and mentor young people. I think that's great and wonderful advice. I've been talking in my work a lot about empathy and vulnerability. Let's talk a little bit about those traits and how you think they play a role in leadership.
Pat ought to comment on that because she is so empathetic and so good that way. Her heart is, and I'll let her comment as she wants to in a moment. But I just make the bridge to what I just said, that we don't do well until we see it from his or her point of view. If it's the young person you're mentoring, try to see it the way they see it. If it's a peer who is a little argumentative and a little hard to get along, try to see it the way he or she sees it. That's I think the only way we really make headway is get out of our own boots, get out of our own seat, try to move across the room and be in their shoes. And that isn't necessarily compromise. I think it's understanding. I don't think anybody has to compromise a principle, but we might be more patient. We might be more long-suffering. We might call on those Christian virtues we just talked about to allow us to see it from another person's point of view, be empathetic, be a little vulnerable. And what that means is, I think part of vulnerability is to not insist on your own way, not stay in your safe zone where you're quite secure and sure you've got this all figured out. Be a little vulnerable and toss it to the other person and listen and learn. And there's a humility in that, but a contemporary word for it, I think, would be vulnerability. Any thoughts on that, hon?
I'll speak about my husband. I think he learned his vulnerability, learned how to be vulnerable and also empathetic from his mother. She was just a wonderful teacher, and she allowed him to do a lot more than he remembers. But he learned so much from her. She empathized with everybody in St. George, and she knew everyone at that point. And she passed it on to Jeff, who loves everybody unconditionally. And I don't think he could do that without empathy and allowing himself to be vulnerable. He related to every age, children to adults. Is remarkable.
That's incredible. And I think, I've talked many times about the empathy crisis we're seeing in our country. We're not looking out. We're not trying to get to know somebody that has a different story than we do. So I love that about moving across the room and finding a way to connect with somebody that's different from you. So this probably wasn't a question you were prepared for, but as we close here, I would love for each of you to talk about, many of us, are struggling with coming out of the pandemic. How do we navigate through this? Most of us had unexpected children back home, ones that had left, and we had some challenges. We've had work challenges. I guess the question is, how do you think, what's your advice for families today navigating this incredibly difficult time in our world history, basically?
Do you want to start?
I would say I would like to say just don't approach the coming in and out of COVID in fear. There is so much that we learn in situations like that. And if we focus on the positive part, there were a lot of positives to the COVID experience. And there, I think we learned empathy for those who were sick. And it was just, that's the way I feel.
Yeah, I love that because I heard a quote that said, if you leave the pandemic as you came in, you're doing it wrong. So if we haven't learned, then we've probably done it wrong.
I think, again, I can't get away from the fact that I'm an officer in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we have a worldwide organization and operation, and it was a pretty challenging issue for us to have 60,000, 70,000 missionaries out, and some of them had to come home, and some of them didn't. We have missionaries out now who've been out 3 years and still cannot get home. They cannot return to their country because of local barriers, and that's kind of a challenging experience that some missionaries, some 19-year-old didn't think about, or 18-year-old when they went, and their parents didn't think about when they sent them. So we've had to juggle a lot. We had to learn how to have stake conferences by Zoom, and to tour missions and handle humanitarian service and welfare relief without being face-to-face. All the issues that we had to work with institutionally, but we've learned a lot. I think that's part of what Pat is saying is, and what you were suggesting, that if we haven't learned something, we've been pretty dull, we've been pretty insensitive, because every cloud has a silver lining, and this has had some. We wouldn't have chosen, none of us would have chosen to have the tragedy of the deaths and the other things that we've experienced, but it is what it is, and so we learn what we can learn, and we're going to do some things differently in the future, speaking for the church, and some of those institutional things apply here, whether it's corporate or educational or governmental. We're going to do some of our meetings, we're going to continue to hold by Zoom, and of course there's no substitute for face-to-face experience either, and we'll do that, but we're going to come out with a hybrid of some things, and we'll be better. I talk about these missionaries that were frustrated. For a while they didn't know what to do, and kind of locked in their apartments, and then they learned how to use technology. They learned how to use Facebook and Instagram, and have their member neighbors assist them. And so we'll probably do missionary work differently than we have ever done it because of what we were forced to learn. So we'll be blessed, and this audience will be blessed. They'll find their businesses and their operations, their schools, all the things that they represent. We'll be doing some things better in all of those worlds because of this. Not that we'd have chosen it, but we can benefit from it.
Absolutely, I think that's perfect. I had 2 missionaries that were impacted. I had one that came home and was home for 4 months before being reassigned, and I have currently one in Little Rock, Arkansas, who's trying to get to Brazil.
We've had the same experience. We had a South Korean who came home and is currently in Independence, Missouri, and a granddaughter waiting to go to Brisbane, Australia, and she's in Bakersfield, California. So welcome to the church. Welcome.
And welcome to the pandemic.
Welcome to the pandemic.
We are going to adjust, and we're going to keep adjusting, and we're going to keep pivoting, and we're going to keep trying to be empathetic to somebody's story. So thank you for your leadership in the state. Thank you for your example. And thank you for being part of our summit here today.
We're honored in every way, every conceivable way.
And thank you for all you do for the state. Yeah. We are so blessed to have such a remarkable couple leading our state.
We are indeed. We are indeed. The audience knows where the governor is. We had a good visit. I had a visit with the governor yesterday. So courteous. He was a busy man. He took the time to be on Zoom. Take advantage of modern technology to to say that he wouldn't be here today. We had a good visit, but we are, in that spirit, very, very proud of both of you and grateful for your leadership.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
When the federal government controls 2/3 of the land in a state, it's vital to life and livelihood to have advocates at the negotiating table. Utah's federal delegation is invested in protecting rural Utah's way of life. We are thankful to hear a brief message from the legislators themselves.
Hi, I'm Senator Mike Lee. Rural Utah and its way of life are worth defending and worth supporting. Each of us in Utah's federal delegation is dedicated to rural Utah, today and well into the future. We think about all of you and about your needs every day as we consider federal legislation pending in Congress. Laws passed here in Washington often have a disproportionate impact on you and on your way of life. And we're committed to not only hearing from you, but representing you well here in our nation's capital. Dialogue like that happening here at the One Utah Summit is absolutely vital to sharing ideas, tools, and policies to help make Utah stronger. Thank you to Governor Cox, Lieutenant Governor Henderson, and everyone else involved in making this summit possible. You'll now hear from each member of the federal delegation on the work that they're doing to protect and promote all of Utah.
Greetings from Washington. Although I'd much rather be enjoying the views and scenery of Cedar City, I'm grateful to be able to join you by video conference and participate in the conference that way. Since I was elected as senator, one of my top priorities has been to advocate for the needs of rural Utahns in Washington. Over the past year and a half, our rural communities have faced unprecedented challenges caused in part by the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm consistently inspired by the resiliency and grit of rural Utahns who so often come together in the true Utah spirit to lift and serve others, surely influenced by your leadership. It's my hope that this week's conference reflects that spirit. I find great value in Governor Cox's One Utah vision, especially its focus on meeting the policy and infrastructure needs of rural Utah. I'd like to briefly share with you what I've been working on here in Congress to help meet those needs and to keep rural Utah on the path to success. Over the summer, I helped craft a bipartisan infrastructure framework that has a direct impact on the unique needs of rural Utah. In addition to expanding roads and bridges, the bill funds our state's water revolving funds, expands broadband to rural communities, brings running water to 40% of Utah's Navajo Nation, and funds Central Utah Water Project Completion Act, which provides water for both municipal and recreational use. Participating in the development of this legislation ensured that rural states like ours had a seat at the table in the negotiation process. Included in that framework is legislation Representative Curtis and I introduced called the Wildfire Mitigation and Management Commission Act. Our bill lays out a comprehensive strategy and plan to prevent wildfires from becoming catastrophic disasters in Utah and across the nation. Additionally, Representative Curtis and I introduced legislation that stops Washington from an attempted land grab of nearly 1 million acres in Emery County, making it clear that the federal government shouldn't be telling people in the West what to do with our land. Moreover, I voted to provide funding and long-term financial security for rural communities by reauthorizing PILT, as well as the Secure Rural Schools program. Utah's rural communities represent the best of the Beehive State. Thank you for your immense contributions to our state's culture and economy. All the best to you all.
Hey everybody, Congressman Stewart, welcome to the 34th Annual Rural Summit. Many of you know I grew up farming and ranching. It's where my heart lies. It's an enormously important part of my district. And we're so grateful that you all are there working on some of these issues. So grateful to the governor and his leadership team and other people who have made this possible as he has sponsored this as well. This is a time of great challenges, but great opportunities as well. If you talk about challenges in the rural part of the state, we have to talk about the drought. I know how painful and how impactful this has been. I know that from my own family's experience, who they continue to run the farm that has been in my family for now 3 generations. We know that it's been difficult. We want to help in any way we can. But it's also juxtaposition against the fact that we've had these enormous floods in many parts of our state and the challenges that come with that. I know you'll be talking about these things. I wish I could be there. Again, great challenges, but a time of great opportunities. One Utah is a wonderful opportunity for us to address those. God bless you all. Thank you in your work.
Congressman John Curtis. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to address One Utah Summit. First of all, thanks to everybody for convening and talking about the rural parts of our state. I love the rural part of my district, love spending time with these good people. But there's some real issues that we're working on and trying to support here in Washington, D.C. We know the difficulty of getting broadband into rural Utah. We're working on a rural broadband permitting bill to make sure that we can expedite that process. We know we have massive public lands in this part of our state. I have 4 counties that over 90% of them are public lands. So issues like Bears Ears and the county public lands bills have been very, very important to our office, and we continue to make sure that we're doing all we can to protect the local interest in these important land issues. We also realize healthcare can be a challenge in the rural parts of our state, and so we're working on the Energy and Commerce Committee to better develop telehealth and options for the people in the rural parts of our state to access the same medical care that we have around the rest of the state. We love to do an annual rural broadband and economic development summit, which we do every year in Price, and love connecting the economies of the rural parts of Utah with the rest of the state, bringing prosperity to rural Utah that the rest of the state's been enjoying so much. So grateful for all of your efforts, and with all of you pledge to continue working on these rural issues.
What happens in rural Utah has a huge impact on all of Utah. With the resiliency and innovative spirit of Utahns is why our state is so special. From the farmers, ranchers, the miners, to the teachers and healthcare providers, we have incredible leaders that put our state and families first and truly drive Utah to new heights. We're leading in the development of rural broadband, strengthening our access to healthcare and education for all Utahns. Although the past few years have brought significant challenges, including severe droughts, wildfires, and labor shortages, rural Utahns have responded as they always do, with hard work and innovative solutions. Moving forward, I will do my part to create jobs, decrease federal control of our public lands, and create new opportunities for all Utahns. Thank you for everything that each of you do to serve the Beehive State.
Hi everyone, it's Congressman Blake Moore here. I'm sorry I can't be with you all for the Rural Summit, but I'm grateful for the chance to share my appreciation for and support of Utah's rural communities. I've been hard at work promoting legislation that will directly benefit our rural communities. Since January, I've been able to get 5 bills passed through the House Natural Resources Committee that will bolster our ability to prevent and mitigate wildfire, improve the way we recreate and access incredible outdoor spaces, and more. I've also been active on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee to ensure our federal agencies are working for Utah and our lands. Too often, management decisions are made here in Washington with no input from our communities back home. This is wrong, and I have proposed amendments in the Natural Resources Committee and on the House floor that would require the federal government to work better with Utah. I'm also meeting frequently with local land managers and supporting Utah's energy production. I have voted to expand rural broadband and secured funding in the House for infrastructure improvements across Utah, such as an improved sewage system in Manila and workforce development programs in Vernal. I'm working hard to help the Uinta Basin Railway Project receive the permitting and sign-offs it needs to break ground and strengthen the region's economy. I'm grateful to spend lots of time in the First District's rural communities, listening to your priorities, including hosting county days, town halls, lots of rodeos, mobile office hours in all of our 10 counties. You represent the heartbeat of Utah's economy and diverse culture. and it's an honor to represent you in Congress. Please reach out to my office with additional recommendations on how we can continue to collaborate. Thank you.
As you can see, there are a number of great proposals to help bolster all of Utah. Because Utah is a public land state, we need to constantly consider the impact that new monument or other designations can have not only on federal land itself, but also on surrounding communities. We're working to provide certainty regarding land status in Utah, and to allow those of you who rely on federal land for transportation, grazing, or leases can continue to access land as you need. Another problem with so much federal land ownership is that localities don't get taxes that they'd otherwise be able to receive for their land. My More PILT Act would increase the payment in lieu of taxes formula so that local communities can do even more work for their residents. I'm also committed to protecting local water rights and drought resiliency to make sure Utah communities have the water they need for agriculture and life for years to come. It's also vital that the federal government recognize the harm that it has done to Utahns in the past. My Downwinders bill will make sure that the federal government compensates those in our communities who were harmed by atomic testing decades ago. Our government was designed as a federal system so that people and communities could make choices for themselves. We in Utah know that we and our communities need much better than non-elected, non-responsive bureaucrats in Washington. I'm working to restrain federal overreach in everything from construction regulations to vaccine mandates and everything between. I'm proud to work with great colleagues here in Washington to represent and protect all of Utah. We're thankful to you for your hard work and your dedication that make our state the best place in the nation to work, live, and raise a family.
Here to share their understanding of global economic trends, President and CEO of World Trade Center Utah, Miles Hansen, along with Ambassador John Huntsman Jr., Dave Staley, and Missy Larson.
Thanks everyone for joining us for this panel. We had a slight change in agenda. Ambassador Huntsman isn't able to join us today. He had to attend to some business and traveled out of state yesterday. We have a great panel here today, though. My name is Tiffany Yen Louie, and I'm going to moderate this panel. I joined World Trade Center Utah just 4 days ago as Chief Marketing Officer, and will also be managing partnerships for the organization. Prior to the role, I spent 14 years at R&R Partners, a regional advertising and government affairs agency, where I built brands and created public-private partnerships around the state. I'm really pleased to see a lot of the organizations and people here today and have been able to connect with each of you. World Trade Center Utah leads the state's international engagement and serves the Utah business community to help companies grow globally, while also providing thought leadership on important global issues. We help Utah businesses accelerate growth through our global network, international programs, and business services. We recently celebrated an exciting milestone, our 15th year anniversary. As you know, Utah has grown at a rapid rate this past decade and a half, and Southern Utah is no exception. We recognize that opportunity creates growth and vice versa, and have recently hired regional directors for the state. I do want to point out Sean Christensen, who's here in the audience today. He represents World Trade Center Utah in Southern Utah and is currently based in our at the St. George Chamber of Commerce. I'm so enthused about the great things that World Trade Center Utah is doing to help Utah businesses grow globally, and look forward to giving you a glimpse of that today. Now, let me take a moment to introduce you to each of our great panelists. I'm going to start Miles Hansen. He is President and CEO of World Trade Center Utah. He serves as the state's Unified Economic Opportunity on the state of Utah's Economic Opportunity Commission and is chair of its international subcommittee. He is a member of the U.S. Trade Representatives Intergovernmental Policy Advisory Committee, is on the board of the National Association of District Exports Councils, just to name a few. Prior to joining World Trade Center Utah, Miles was a director of Gulf Affairs for the National Security Council at the White House. We also have Missy Larson with us. She's Vice President of Philanthropy and Community Impact at doTERRA International. She's the founder of Intrepid Communications, the co-founder of the Utah Refugee Connection, founding chair of the Safe UT program, and serves on numerous boards and committees, including World Trade Center's Executive Committee, which we're very appreciative of. Prior to doTERRA, she served as Chief of Staff to the Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes. Dave Staley is president and CEO of Staley West, located right here in Cedar City. He's a lifelong farmer and inventor of the Dew Point hay steamer. Dave, can I ask you to give us a little background on the Dew Point and tell us about it?
Well, gosh, yeah, I guess I can. I'm the simplest of people here on the stage. I want you to know that first off. And I am really a farmer at heart, and I love being there.
That's not true at all. Dave is an incredible entrepreneur, a incredible innovator, and an incredible leader here in rural Utah. And we're all honored to have the chance to spend a few minutes with you here today, Dave.
Oh, well, thank you. Saying I'm simple is not trying to demean myself either, because I love being simple, and I love looking at things in a simple way. The Dew Point technology that we've developed really is a little part of what we do. We're really more of a people factory than a machine factory, to be honest with you. We look very seriously at continuing to have our people grow and develop in their skills and abilities and in their personal lives and in their families, and that is the most important thing we have within our company. And we also are just so thrilled to be involved in a little piece of bringing food to your table, milk and ice cream and butter and meat and whatever else eats hay is always good. But we really love making the lives of producers way better through the technology that we've been blessed to be able to develop and have the inspiration and guidance from above so much in that effort that has brought this all together. And so the Dew Point system, again, is one thing that we're working on quite a bit right now. Have done this for quite a few years. We have hundreds of machines that are scattered around the world, mostly the western U.S., but also our second largest market is in Australia. We have machinery in New Zealand and Mexico, some going into Tasmania now, and in Canada and in Argentina. We've been to a lot of other countries in looking at introducing that into other places as well, with the challenges that go with that. But it basically turns a hay baling system into a hay-making factory, where we can control moisture, we can control the output of that machinery in a way that could never be done before, and extends the window of working opportunity for farmers in the haying industry from 2 or 3 hours sometimes a day to 12 to 24 hours a day on a very predictable basis. And so it's really changing the industry. It's a very revolutionary project. We're also looking at doing other things with the mobile steam technology that we've developed in other areas like weed control and insect control, and also soil pasteurization in the vegetable industry. So we're looking into some new areas that we've been kind of invited to participate with some of the universities and other private individuals in extending that steam technology into other agricultural uses. So we love it. Every day is a new challenge. Every day is a new opportunity, and we love Monday mornings. They're our favorite day of the week, at least mine. So.
Thank you for sharing about the product. That's fascinating technology. I knew I couldn't do it justice, so I had to ask you to share it with us. Well, now that you've been introduced to our panelists, I'm going to dive into our discussion today. We're going to hear about the important global trends, what it means for Utah businesses, and opportunities that exist for rural Utah companies. Miles, let's start with you. You've spent a lot of time in rural Utah, between growing up in Cache Valley and traveling the state. You've held senior leadership positions in policy and government around the world. Over the next few years, what do you think are the most important global trends?
Well, first off, Tiffany, thank you for filling in for John Huntsman Jr. Those are pretty big shoes to fill, and Tiffany on day 4 on the job is doing an incredible job. Just to provide a little bit more context, there you go. John, on Friday, we were texting back and forth, and he was so excited to be down here. Then Sunday afternoon, he said, I'm so sorry. He's the vice chair of Ford Motor Company. They've had a busy week last week, and he got asked to go out and be out of the state in Detroit and Washington, D.C. today and the next couple of days. But he felt very badly he couldn't be here. But Tiffany is here. And for a little bit more context on Tiffany, she's been doing so much important work behind the scenes across the state. And as the chief marketing officer and the managing director for partnerships with World Trade Center Utah, that means her job is to go across the state and build partnerships and to learn about the great stories that are happening here in the state of Utah, like what's happening in Staley West, and incorporate those into the fabric of our storytelling as we're talking about Utah to our partners all around the world. And so please take advantage of Tiffany being down here, introduce yourself, help her begin to know your stories, areas where we can plug in and support the good work that you're doing, and that's gonna help us do our job better as we go out there to try to help represent Utah around the world. And in terms of the question, Tiffany, so we all know that we live in a very dynamic period of time. The world is changing very quickly. As we look at it across our country and around the world, it's challenging. And there's no question that's challenging. There's not a business owner in the state of Utah right now that is not thinking about some of these global trends and things that are happening around the world and trying to figure out what does that mean for business. As a business owner, what do you do based on some of this disruption that's happening in the world? And just very briefly here, 3 things that are at the top of my mind are: 1, we're in the midst of a global supply chain crisis. Every exporter, importer, anybody who's sourcing product overseas, any of us that are trying to buy a car or a bicycle, home appliances, Brad Bonham with Walker Edison is here. They produce furniture, right? You try to order furniture, and they're like, great, you can get it in March of 2022. We're all experiencing this, but I don't think enough people are talking about it. Because what this means is it's slowing down our ability to get products from other places here into Utah, to manufacture those and to consume them here, or to export them back out there in the rest of the world. And so it's a significant challenge. It's something that World Trade Center Utah that we are spending significant time working on, and working very closely with the Inland Port Authority. And if anybody ever questioned the importance of the Inland Port a year or 2 ago, now nobody questions it, because what that is going to do is enable us here in the state of Utah to have a more efficient means of getting product in and out of the state, which will help us alleviate a little bit the pressure that we're feeling from this global supply chain crisis. There really are a couple primary drivers of the supply chain crisis. First, it's shortages. It's shortages of labor, of energy, and transportation. Labor due to COVID disruptions. A massive port in China shut down a few weeks ago due to a COVID outbreak. It's taking workers off of the assembly floor lines and out of the production line in different markets around the world, and it's uneven as the pandemic hits different countries unevenly. There are also some union issues here in the United States and other countries as well that is tightening up that labor pool and making it more difficult to get workers in to do their jobs to keep things moving. On the energy front, a lot of people aren't aware of this, but China is facing a major energy shortage. And it's a shortage of coal, it's a shortage of natural gas, it's a shortage of oil. They are already rationing power in some cities. And so there's significant concern that as this continues, that China, which has become the world's manufacturer in a lot of ways, is going to have a difficult time fulfilling orders, and that's going to add to the supply chain crisis. The third is transportation. There's been such a surge in demand. I'll talk about that here in a second, but there is not enough ships or containers in order to get things from point A to point B. We have a record number of ships waiting off the port of LA, for instance. If you go online, you can see pictures of ships lined up. 10% of the global shipping fleet is waiting to offload at ports, which creates a constraint on transportation. And because of that, we hear of companies that have 6 and 7 times the shipping costs on routes just over the past 4 or 5 months. And all that is putting a lot of pressure on companies. We can talk a little bit more about what companies can do amidst that. The other 2 trends very quickly, one is China. There are a lot of people thought that the contention with China was driven by President Trump. That is simply not true. There is a tectonic shifts happening between the U.S. and China relationship, as well as the relationship between the European Union and China, due to China's aggressive foreign policy, its negligence towards human rights, and its abuse of the free and open free market system that has created so much prosperity over the past 75 years. And so because of that, companies, we spend more time working on China than any other issue. Companies need to reassess their China strategy, whether they're sourcing in China or selling into China. And it doesn't mean to cut everything off entirely, but it's just something that is changing, that will continue to change and continue to create challenges. The companies need to look very closely on that. And last and finally, this kind of more longer term trend that is on my mind a lot is demographics. You have a very low birth rate in East Asia and Europe, increasingly here in the United States. That leads to aging populations and a decrease in productivity. And that means that those markets over time, those economies, are expected to slow their growth significantly, if not start to contract. You contrast that with Latin America, the Middle East, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, where you have high birth rates, young populations, increasing productivity, and those are markets where we see significant opportunity. And so for any businesses, if you aren't growing in those markets yet, then we want to have a conversation with you to help you understand how you can start to break into those markets, because those are going to be long-term sustainable markets with a lot of opportunity for you.
Thank you, Miles. Missy, doTERRA is one of Utah's most international companies, both on the sourcing side and your global distribution and sales. As you look around the world, hearing also what Miles has put out there, what are some of the biggest global challenges and opportunities for doTERRA?
Well, first of all, if you're not a member of the World Trade Center, just listening to Miles, you'll know what a depth of knowledge and experience that you can get all of the time. So I'll just do a little plug. You'll want to be. And you can be, so get with Miles and his team after. doTERRA is a really unique place in that 13 years ago, 7 people got together and really looked, and I love what Dave said, that his business is actually about people, and that's what doTERRA really is about. And whether it's local, that this inspiration comes on how to help others, or very, very global, which doTERRA is in almost every nation. We source in 47 nations and have a number of those areas which we call co-impact sourcing. And when I say that this business is about people, that's really what the challenge is, right? We've looked at COVID. It's the one time of this whole experience that we've ever lived that everybody in this world is dealing with the same challenges. And before, we've looked at regional issues, right? We've looked at either poverty, or we've looked at storms, or different natural occurrences. But for the first time in our history, we know what it feels like to be a Nepalese man and dealing with COVID, or some of these other things. And doTERRA does that on a level very early in their business structure. Looked at, if we're going to go into these communities, we have to know the people. And so really what it comes down to is, when we look at this particular question, how do we go globally? Well, we have to know the people, where we're going with that. And we have to be connected enough to the communities to be able to go into their communities to not only sell, but to also source. So it's not an easy endeavor to go global, but it is so wonderful to get to know different cultures, to get to know how we connect as a human family, and how we are able to find the most incredible things. I mean, with doTERRA, we're sourcing botanicals. So if you look at frankincense in Somaliland, what do we do with the people there? Well, we go to them and we ask them what they need. Last year, doTERRA put in a hospital, 7-building hospital. It's the highest infant mortality rate of anywhere. And here you have now a place where 500,000 people had no access to health care, and doTERRA put a hospital in because we give back to communities. So I think that's part of what, globally, you have to know the people, and you have to really work with the people to understand what their needs are as well.
That's fantastic, thank you. Let's shift into what some of these global trends mean for Utah businesses. Miles, as you think about all the time you spend advocating for rural businesses in Utah, what advice would you give companies that are trying to figure out how to navigate these trends?
Yeah, very, very briefly, we've got great partnerships in the Governor's Office of Economic Development. We do a lot of work with chambers across the state. Stephen Lisenby is such an important partner. So the biggest message is we're talking about these big challenges, but they also create opportunities. And so I'd really encourage any business to reach out, be part of Team Utah as we go out there, both in-state, urban, rural, every county, 29 counties across the nation, around the world, as a team to try to create opportunities and help companies take advantage of those. And you hear World Trade Center Utah, our small role on Team Utah is working very closely with the governor's team and with the chambers and all of our partners to say, okay, let's get the companies that have opportunity, help them identify those opportunities, and then lean on us for our expertise. We have services and grant programs and trade missions and trade shows and all the things we're doing in concert with all of our partners to say, let's go out there and hold the company's hands for a little while until they can go out there and experience success in global markets. And then from there, companies grow quicker. They create jobs faster. Those jobs are higher paying jobs, and those jobs are far more resilient. And so there's all this enormous public good that comes for companies as they're out there competing and winning in global markets.
Dave, agriculture is a huge part of Utah's economy. People often think of ag as an old-fashioned industry. What they don't realize is how innovative Utah ag businesses truly are, especially yours. Can you tell us a little bit about how Staley West is competing and winning in the global marketplace?
Sure, and I have to do one disclaimer. I looked at my mic. It's really scary. It says God, Mike, on here.
Like I said, Dave, we're all honored for the chance to be on stage with you.
I'm just saying. CC. So I'm a little intimidated right now with the
everybody
mic.
Listen very, very closely to everything that the man's about to say.
I just noticed this, and I'm going, I don't know which one Elder Holland was holding, but he's a lot closer than I am, I'm sure. So I'll take this very humbly. So what is Staley West doing? You might even have to restate the question.
What is Staley West doing to compete and win in the global marketplace?
Okay. Well, as I said before, we really are super simple-minded in the way we've approached so many things. And in the global market, I guess if there's one thing I want to say on this whole subject, and I'll share a little bit of story with you about what we've done to even get there. It is that small rural companies can do things globally, and you can do things fairly simply. Different products require different things because we are dealing with supply issues both in the country and in the world, and getting things here. And we've had to work much harder. One of my sons, Bryson, is our procurement manager and just works his tail off, especially the last 12 months, as the effects of the pandemic situation around the world have come to bear down on the supply chains. And yes, some of our things have sat in the harbor for a long time that we have to bring in from other countries to do our work. And so that is really a challenge. And I also want to just say on the labor side of it, there's a two-edged sword on that. And on the policy side of that, I do think that our legislators and our government officials ought to really take some things into consideration there that they aren't taking, because this helps us understand why we have some of the problems we do. And competing on a global scale, for us, being able to get the things that we need, there could be one little part, just like on an automobile, a little chip that holds them on the parking lot for a long time instead of being delivered. We face those same kinds of challenges. We've been very blessed to be able to get things through without too much trouble, but we're not building thousands and thousands of units a year either. So ours is a much lower volume situation. But one of the things we've noticed, I think all of us, both nationally and locally and probably internationally, is the continuous the government continually sustaining these programs of giving people money to stay home. And I do believe that this is really a problem. I know for us, our employees have been very loyal. They've been very loyal to us, and nobody has taken that route. but we should be looking at policy to get people encouraged to go back to work in order to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. I really believe that's a principle that we need to take into account, and I think it would really resolve a lot of the issues that we're having with the labor situation, notwithstanding people actually being out because they're sick. We understand that. But policy sometimes is really driving our labor force in the wrong direction and taking away that culture among certain demographics in our country who are, in so many cases, the backbone of manufacturing and producing products, and changing that culture into one of entitlement, which is a very dangerous direction that we need to be really careful not to go down the road of socialism. So I'm very passionate about that and want to leave that thought. Now, us personally, the way that we compete in a global market, we have an interesting product that doesn't really have a competitor, except the competitor we face is the old way of doing things versus looking at things out of the box and doing things in a new and better way. And so our competition is showing people that they can do something with our product combined with some of the old standard products. They can do 4 times as much productivity on average with one of our units coupled with traditional conventional machinery as they could do with the machinery that they have. So reducing their equipment needs, reducing their capital outlay, all of those kind of things is probably one of the biggest things. Now, one of the things that we found interesting when we first started getting into any kind of global thing at all is that we put out some good old YouTube videos years ago, and the guys in Australia would send us back messages on Facebook and say, we're sitting here in Australia watching videos while we can't bale hay because it's too dry. When are you guys going to get your product over here? And so our product has been drawn into these several countries that we're in right now because people see us on the web and they see our product and they watch what the possibilities are that they could incorporate into their operations, and they ask us to come. And so we are not one of those really aggressive, let's get into every country we can get into as fast as we can get into type of businesses, but we're responding to the need, and the technology becoming a little more known in the industry has been what's drawn us into those countries. We actually have kind of a fairly challenging process of getting into a country. For instance, in Australia, because we use a boiler in our main machine technology, there are laws, there are regulations with pressure vessels and all of those kind of things. And so we've had to do a lot of backside work or front side work in order to have the approvals by the government authorities and those who have the jurisdiction of those types of technologies. So every country we go into, we have to make sure that we're understanding what their codes are, what we have to meet, what kind of stamping we have to have on those. And I think World Trade Center Utah, I think some of our guys are actually working with you a little right now on looking at some of that in some of the new countries that we're looking at going into. So the 7 countries that we're in right now, not all of them require that. Some accept the US standards and some don't. So we've had to learn how to deal with that. The other part of it is shipping. When we first started looking at international work, we actually, and I will give a side note here, we've actually found that California is more of an international problem than most of the countries we've gone into as far as regulations. So dealing with that has made international work easy. So if you want to learn how to do international work the easy way, go deal with California first, and then go back to the international work, and you'll say this is a breeze. So there is truth in that too, but it isn't as hard as you think. To get product moving over the ocean and to meet the regulations that are necessary for our type of product, or really any product, there are a few things that you just got to do. You've got to get a good freight forwarding company that knows what they're doing. You can get information from World Trade Center on some of the other regulations that are involved there. But if you get people who are already in the industry, you don't need to figure it out all for yourself. And a small company can do it. It's just been thrilling to be able to be part of international work. a lot of it is because we get to go meet so many good people everywhere, and we love the agricultural industry no matter where it is. So it's been really, really fun to do that. Good, down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth kind of people everywhere in the world, and all of our problems seem to be the same problems that we face here. So being in many different countries over the years has been fun for me to deal with that. The competition side of it, again, is not so much with some other product as it is with just learning the ropes a little bit and how to get through the doors that you need to get through, and to keep the paperwork clean so that when you get there, everything flows. The other challenge that we've had, and it's keeping us out of some countries, and we may be coming to you to ask for some help with some of this, but like in South Africa, one of my sons, Dallin, and myself spent a week down there a few years ago, and the biggest challenge that we have with getting into South Africa is the monetary exchange rates. It's just not kind to us if we are not producing the machine within the country. So there are some ways that we can look at doing that we are aware of. We'll probably talk to you a little more about that, but they are paying multiples more for a technology coming from another country because of their exchange rates. Argentina was somewhat the same way, but we've been able to still get into there and make it work. But those are some of the challenges that we face. And again, we are a different kind of company. We are not just looking for every little bite we can get everywhere. We've been able to do things kind of unconventionally because of that. Our financing has all been done internally pretty much with some credit lines that, yes, they're fairly large for cash flow things during certain times of year, but it really is not that hard. And if you have something that the world needs, getting the information out to the world so that they can see what you have is probably the most important things. And then you can find the details. You can find the ways to overcome the obstacles, which there are plenty of. I don't know if that answers your question or covers it.
No, that is great. Thank you so much. I love hearing about Utah businesses that are growing, especially growing internationally. It's exciting to see that. I'm going to do a shameless plug for World Trade Center. These great stories are what we're going to be highlighting in the future. We have great events. Please follow us on social media as well as sign up for our newsletters and hear more. We're going to be highlighting more partners in the future, and this is just a little more of what you'll be getting. I'm going to have everyone give a thank you to Miles, Missy, and Dave, and then I'm going to turn it over to Miles to close us off with also an award.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, there was a lot of wisdom that Dave just shared. International growth needs to be strategic. To be strategic, you have to have expertise. To have that expertise, you can do in-house or you can look to partners. And there's a great team and great partners that exist here in the state to provide some of that expertise to help with that international growth. Here as we transition now to the conclusion of our panel, we want to go ahead and invite La Verkin's finest, Stephen Lisenby, back here to the stage. So please join me.
Notice he said La Verkin, right?
Yeah, that's right. To present, so we've done a lot of different Rural Champion Awards. We're doing an Rural Champion International Business of the Year Award. And as we talked to Stephen a little bit about who do we want to give this award to, we said it needs to be a company that's growing globally, but also a company that's investing in the community. And as we thought about it, we looked around, there was nobody better that we could give that to than Staley West. And Dave didn't know that he was getting this award until I blew the surprise 3 minutes before we came out here. But Dave, we are so grateful for Staley West. You are such a great leader here in the state. Please come on in.
As our concluding keynote speaker, we are pleased to welcome David Chen to the stage as he shares a look at the biggest trends and changes in agriculture and how these play to Utah's advantage.
Good morning. I'd like to first thank the governor
and his staff, his office, and Stephen for inviting me to give you a little talk today. The governor wanted me to, and a lot of this conference is obviously about rural opportunities, and even the last panel really struck home about the incredible innovative capacity that's taking place in our agricultural communities. And the governor asked if I would mind sharing a little bit of what we think is one of the state-of-the-art agricultural operations in the world that's taking place here in the Wasatch Range. And then to maybe give you a sense of the broader trends that are taking place, and maybe a little bit about the Utah opportunity. So I'm just gonna, in the interest of time, and I know I'm standing between you and lunch, I'm not gonna go through all these slides, but I'm gonna suffice to just introduce, my name's Dave Chen, and I'm the CEO of Equilibrium Capital. And we're a very committed, large investor in food and agriculture, and especially food and agriculture that's driven by sustainability-driven thematics. And the topic that the governor asked for me to just give you a little sense of today is a form of agriculture that's now being called controlled environment agriculture, controlled environment foods. And the pictures here that are on the screen will give you a sense of what that's all about. The upper left-hand picture is one of a high-production leafy greens greenhouse. This one happens to be in Medford, inside of Minnesota. And outside, when that picture was taken, it was about 17 below in the middle of winter. Our most productive facility in the United States in leafy greens is in New Hampshire. That produces leafy greens across the lettuces 365 days a year. It's 10 acres of production, and it generates about $33 million of revenue and generates about $9 million of profit. That fundamentally reshapes and makes you rethink what agriculture is all about. The picture on the far right there, that's actually a long hallway. It's almost a quarter-mile long. You'll really need an e-scooter to get around from one end to the other, or a golf cart. And that's a tomato greenhouse. And the bottom is a very intriguing picture. It's a Google Earth picture. And it's one that really caught the imagination of our governor. And we call that an agro-park. And if you look at what that looks like, if you just didn't think about this with the word agro, you'd look at that and it might be a big industrial office park. What that is an aerial photography of 500-acre development in the middle of Mexico in the highlands. And by the way, I should remind you that the middle of Mexico's highlands has a climate that's remarkably similar to Utah. Warm, dry, hot during the day, cold during the evenings. And what that is actually an office park of greenhouses. The economic production of that area is probably somewhere close to $500 million of tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers. So off of that 500 acre, it's a multi-tenant site. In other words, there's multiple farmers on that site with shared services in terms of water, utilities, water treatment, water preservation. This is a picture of what's in your state. This is our facility. It used to be called the Howlings facility. It's now called Long Vines, and that's in Mona, Utah. You'll see that it's a facility that we're incredibly proud of. The greenhouse is the green thing on the right. It looks inside, and that's about a 7-meter, 7-yard tall building. And what it looks like inside that building is that picture that I showed you of that long hallway full of tomatoes. What's intriguing about this, and this is practical sustainability. What's intriguing is what's on the left side of that picture is a Berkshire Hathaway Rocky Mountain power plant. It's a gas-fired power plant. And what you'll see there are smokestacks, and you'll notice a pipe that's going across the road. We're literally sucking a tailpipe. All right? We're taking the CO2 that comes out of the creating of energy, and we're taking the hot air that's coming out of there. The hot air is going through radiators and becoming hot water, and that's what runs our HVAC. The CO2, and now remember your third grade science teacher that told you that why are plants and trees our friends? Because they breathe in CO2 and breathe out O2. Well, that's exactly what we're doing. We're taking the pollutant called CO2 that's coming out of a power plant, we're running it across the street, and we're feeding it to our plants. We're actually double the atmospheric CO2 during the day. So remember, plants are carbon. Plants eat carbon dioxide, and they make fruits, leaves, stems, and roots. So this is full cycle. We're reinvesting in that area. That's Mona, Utah again, on the bottom. And we're putting another about $50 million to work to expand that. So you have one of the state-of-the-art facilities here in your state. But I wanted to take a step back and, again, remember, this is called controlled environment agriculture. We do not presume as an investment firm that this becomes the only form of agriculture, but it becomes a very, very important part of the agricultural landscape over the next decade. I want to go over 5 key drivers that are, we think, changing the face of agriculture. And this very first one, the climate is changing. This is not meant to be political. I mean no politics by this. Whenever you get 3 farmers sitting down for a cup of coffee at the small town diner, inside of 10 seconds, what's the first thing that they're talking about? The weather. Why? Because we can't control it. Why? Because it's the number one most important thing that determines our quality and quantity of what we're going to do this year. And with the changes that are taking place in climate, that means drought. It means things that we don't really think about. The sun cover versus the cloud cover during the time of day and the time of year. It talks about the surface water runoff. It talks about very, very strange things that we don't think about, like how fast does the snow melt, and if it melts too quickly in the year, then we don't get the water that we need in surface water later in the year when we most need it. So with all these changes that are taking place globally, they're going to have an impact on yield. They're going to have an impact on demographics in our workforce. They're going to have an impact on the number of pathogens and bugs. We're going to see a shift in planting and harvest cycles. John Deere sees this across the world. The compression of how much the window is that we get to plant and how much the window is that we get to harvest. It increases the value of water. But maybe even more fundamentally, it asks, do we get the water? So interestingly, if you think about post-World War II, all of our focus in agriculture has been on production, yield. We may now be moving in this next decade into resiliency. And one of the things I like to say is that resiliency is a fancy consulting word. It's fun to say, makes you look smart, no one knows what it means. But I think one of the things about COVID is that, especially for farmers, especially for countries, COVID put a face on resiliency. When supply chains were shut off, when shortages were created, we now really understood what it meant to have a resilient supply chain. If you ask Walmart, the fact that they're dependent about 70-80% on California and Yuma, Arizona for leafy greens, the fact that we're dependent on many very specific places around the United States and Mexico for many of our fruits and vegetables, this issue of resiliency is now becoming security. It changes our revenue model, it changes our productivity, and it drives risk and value. The next major change that controlled environment agriculture has, it's incredibly subtle. And it's not something that we normally think about in agriculture. So I'm going to do this with 2 pictures and 2 press announcements. These are 2 humongous agricultural transactions. The one on the left is a sale of a 50,000 acre beautiful farm. It's a $250 million sale. It's 50,000 acres. It's a big investment. But when you think about the United States, we have about 360 million acres in the United States. 50,000 acres is a really big farm. It's really important, but it sort of doesn't matter. The announcement that was made on the right-hand side is the announcement of 7 agri-parks, 7 greenhouse facilities that were being placed around the United States. Some in the Pacific Northwest, one in Texas, one in Mexico, one in Quebec that covers the East Coast, one in Georgia, one in the upper Midwest. And that sends a very different message. What message do you think that sends? For a Walmart or a Costco, that sends a message that, gee, that's not a farm, that's a services network. That's resiliency, that's redundancy, and if those are 7 agricultural production facilities, they're also mapped on top of my distribution centers, and they're also mapped on top of the geographies where the consumption and the consumer lives. So that's a big farm, and that's a services network. That's a fundamental rethinking of agriculture. This is something that we all know very well, and that is agriculture is oftentimes a commodity, and the end result is beyond our control. One of the interesting things that's starting to really be a topic of incredible discussion is this value add, and how do you go from being a left to right farm, which is about pushing your product to the market, and the contrast of that, which is being a right to left business, which is how do I get insight into the marketplace? How do I get insight into what they want to eat? How do I get insight in how the QSR, the quick serve restaurants, and the retailers want this packaged or formatted, and in what way? And how do I make this closer to ready to eat? Huge implications across the board. But one of the interesting things about CEA, Controlled Environment Agriculture, is when was it ever possible to use a very high-techy term called adaptive systems to agriculture? When you make your planting decisions sometimes 18 months ahead or a year ahead, or if you're doing crop rotations, you may be making your planting decisions 3 years in advance or 4 years in advance. It's hard to use the word adaptive systems. When you have a greenhouse or these new technologies that are in fact responsive to the market within 30 days, sometimes 3 days, how do you now use that to your advantage to respond to the market? The fourth thing is tech disruption. I won't go into this, but our belief is that more technology, and you saw some of that today, you're going to see some of that this afternoon, is going to go at agriculture. More technology in the next 10 years than maybe in the last 10,000. And even though agriculture is an incredibly technology-driven industry, I don't think we've even begun to see the advances that we're about ready to hit as the world starts to turn its attention on both the climate issues as well as the world populational issues, as well as the continued drive of the middle class. Some of the things I'll point you to are the climate management, active consistency from Mexico to Midwest. How do I manage across all those environments that are all shifting at the same time? Vegetable and alternative protein. I don't need to tell you how much of farming is actually related to feed. What happens when we start to move towards veg and alternative proteins? This is not to say that animal protein goes away by any means, but the continued consumption of protein is going to drive a very different agricultural picture. Labor and automation, there's no mystery. Labor will continue to be an issue, and we're going to see more and more automation, and I think you saw some of that just in this last panel, and you'll continue to see that. So what you better get used to is that farming is now a continuous consumption of technology. I don't know that we're prepared for the fact that large-scale farming is going to hire a chief technology officer, not a chief IT officer, but a chief technology officer. So we're seeing these kinds of changes taking place in the next 10 years. And then this is one probably that doesn't get seen a lot, and that is that over the course of the last 2 years, and really over the last 5 years, the amount of capital markets that want to play a role in agriculture investing has changed the landscape entirely. Agricultural investing used to be a pretty esoteric and niche place. It's now a mainstream marketplace. In fact, you've seen farms that went public over the course of the last 12 months, including folks like Mission Avocado. So the capital markets are interested in what's going on in this sector. So the last two things I want to talk about is, in some ways, the central question for 10,000 years in agriculture was, hey, where's your farm? Because by asking, where's your farm, told me what your land was, what your soil was, what your climate was, and therefore what you could plant. The new question in agriculture is, where's my customer and what do they want to eat? And in many ways, the technology that's becoming available is going to allow us to answer that question. So what does this have to do with Utah? One of the things that the governor asked was, is Utah the potential for one of the next hubs for ag tech, taking full advantage of Utah's strength in technology, strength in agriculture, strength in the willingness to look out ahead and plan and to deal with the unknown, but always with a practicality. Well, here are some of the advantages that Utah has. Electricity, pretty cheap here. And most of modern agriculture is going to be a big consumer, continue to be a big consumer of power. We'll get to be more sustainable. We'll learn how to use less of it per pound of output, but it does consume a lot of power. California's labor issue is an opportunity, and it's systemic. Everywhere we're going to have a labor issue, but it's heightened in California. You never thought that the high desert would actually be an advantage, an environment that's incredibly stable. It has a couple of really interesting advantages. You have hot days, low humidity, and you got oftentimes cool nights, which makes for a great environment for climate resiliency. You have a powerful tech community and tech workforce, and your location is ideally suited to serve the entire Western population and then reach out as a backstop and resilience for a greater part of the Western and the Midwest. So you have huge opportunities here in Utah for agriculture and food technology and the services industry that's going to support it, whether it's in the area of automation, robotics, climate management, water management. I oftentimes say that necessity is the mother of invention. It's no mystery why Israel is the leader in water management, especially in agriculture globally. There's no water there. Genetics. A lot of our conversation over the last decade in genetics has been about killing things or preventing weeds. We haven't even begun to see when we can get our products closer to the market. It means shifting genetics from focusing on logistics and managing the climate to the attributes we really care about, which are taste and nutrition, and unleashing the power of genetics onto that. We have the opportunity to see the word controlled environment go from where we started with fruits and vegetables to increasingly you're going to see blueberries going indoors, blackberries go indoors, strawberries grow indoors. In fact, one of the things we talked about in expanding our presence here in Utah is growing strawberries here in Utah, growing melons here in Utah, indoors in a controlled environment agricultural space. And then lastly, universities like this one that are in rural communities that get to train our young to have great careers that are in fact rurally rooted. One of the CEOs of one of the largest agricultural companies in the world said in a conference about 3 years ago that policymakers all over the world keep asking, how do we keep young people in farming? And he said very profoundly, that's maybe the wrong question. The right question is, how do we find careers for young people in agriculture? So hopefully I've given you a glimpse of some of the changes that we think are possible within agriculture, how Utah is already playing a role, and how by asking this question we might be finding a role for Utah's future in a very, very technologically driven agricultural landscape. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now transition to the ballroom, where we will enjoy lunch and participate in the State Bank Business Challenge finale. To support your transition, we have Summit volunteers stationed along your path.